Sorry, I muted so I could plug in. Apologies. I'm going into this entire diatribe with nothing going on. This is why you monitor your audio levels. Ugh. Sorry. Yeah, I was asking how everybody was, and then I was talking about the sound of a fastener rattling across the vinyl flooring in here. It's like a trigger for me. Like if I'm walking and I hear that high-pitched tapping that the vinyl flooring makes when metal strikes it, it drives me into a frenzy, because it's like, that shouldn't be on the ground. And so when we were working yesterday or Tuesday on the VCO module, you know, getting all the layout correct and getting all of the front panel stuff handled, one of these must have dropped on the ground, and I actually just kicked it and it went under a bunch of stuff, so I don't think I'm going to see it for a while. But anyway, I was saying that I got to stop doing impressions and stuff. The little silly voices that I try to do, they sound great in my head, as in my ear's impression of what my own voice sounds like, but unless I spend some time like recording and then playing back these impressions, I'm not getting them right. They don't sound right at all. They sound forced and stupid, and I mean, I guess, you know, our embarrassment about our past selves is a sign of growth. Sure, it's a sign of growth, but as somebody who wants to be entertaining, I would need to put the work into it. Because in my head, you know, oh, my Plinkett voice sounds just like Plinkett. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It just sounds nothing like it. I have no confidence in my voice at all when I do shit like that. Like all the tomato, like, chat, let's get the hell out of here, like Tomato says. It doesn't sound anything like that. I'm not 6 feet tall. I don't have a booming voice in any manner. I have this nerdy little squeaker voice of a 5'9", mostly round individual. But anyway, on the subject of forcing my face into my own pee puddle that I've created, I had to deal with this accursed piece of shit, the anime skin My Summer Car. It has Anime Pro written on it. I did that intentionally because it's stupid. But later on down the line, like a couple streams later, I will actually take this thing into GIMP, which is it's not like a sex thing, it's like an image editing program, and bust it out into 10,000 different layers and do an actual livery, an actual, what was it? What company makes the Datsun, an actual Datsun livery on it. Looks too cursed even for me. This is the picture I took for the thumbnail, so the thumbnail is going to be prominently featuring this thing. So I'm kind of ruining my own joke. I'm playing my hand a little early on that, but I'm desperate for views, so so playing my hand early is just part of the game. I need to upload more video. I had 3 or 4 days where I didn't upload anything. I did 3 yesterday. Finding the time is difficult because the dog needs to be walked occasionally, and my mornings are slow. I need to go to bed early. That's what I need to do. And then when I'm motivated in the morning, I can go through these videos, because I have to go through everything. Otherwise, I'll miss somebody rating or something like that. Let's see if I can find these nuts. We'll see if I can find a big pack of them. Audio jack nut. Audio jack nut. $8. Are you kidding me? This is a dust mote. A dust mote just, god damn it. I'm sitting here and a dust mote just, because the face light's on, the soft face light. So everything is like super duper, like visible. And so a dust mote is just flying along. And I take in a breath to speak, and it's just whoop. I'm like, oh dear God, I just inhaled that. Oops. Yeah, the album is The Last Days of Gravity. It's a pretty damn good album. Uploaded 8 years ago, jeez. To not, oh no, this is Twisted Music, yeah. That's, I believe, their label. All right, where am I gonna find some nuts? I need to get nut. 20 pieces for $10, and I get it tomorrow. 20? That's guitar output jack. 3/8 guitar nut. Are these 3/8? Metric guitar input output jack socket nut. That's the wrong size. They're too big. We need the little ones. 3/8. Yeah. What size are these things? AliExpress is cheaper, but it's also going to take like a huge amount of time unless there's a US warehouse one. 8.17, what's that in a millimeter? 0.3150. What is that? Third of an inch? And I guess the outer diameter is 6 millimeter. I don't know if they're metric or not. What is the nut that a Thonky Kong takes? The thing about Thonky Kongs is that they're, you know, Thonky Kong is not the actual, well, Thonk connector, but Thonky Kong is obviously not what a connector manufacturer would name their connector. There is an official name. It's just Thonk tries really hard to keep you from knowing that you can order them in bulk, cheaper as a, you know, a part number from a manufacturer. They've kind of got a little monopoly on that. And I think somebody told me at one point what the part number was, but I didn't save that. I don't have that information anymore. Go away. Yeah, they don't include the dimensions, huh? There we go. 7.5 millimeter. I don't think looking up 7.5 is really going to do it, though. Gotta stay hydrated. Metric thread, USA thread, gold, and other finishes. What are the dimensions? Yeah, they're for the 1/4 inch connector. So where am I going to find 1/8 inch? These are all guitar. Let's see, what's this one? 3/8 by 32, 1/2 inch. Yeah, not the right ones. It's probably, AliExpress would probably be the better place to search for this. I need to find what the keyword is. 0.137. Maybe 3.5 millimeter. See, now I'm just getting the jacks. I don't think people are selling bags of the hardware. Oh, why is my mouse like greasy today? Ugh, I need to clean it off. Shouldn't have a greasy mouse. Nasty. Nasty, nasty. Why are you withholding this from me, Amazon? What is your secret? I'm gonna wipe off this mouse. I can't stand it. Can't stand it. It's disgusting. Oh, it's like greasy. Nasty. Man, I get so much mileage out of Windex in the shop. Oh, this song is awesome. This is a good song. All I Want. Let's see, I believe it's the one... Is it the one with the USB thing on it? No, I think it's above that. This one. Yeah, I got it right. All I want. Cut that grease out. I can't find what the keywords are for these things, and I would like to get some, although it technically should. Squirt bottle discipline. I think I have that emote on BTTV. Everybody says go with FFZ, but I set everything up in BTTV. Both should be displayed, although I think FFZ has Wide People Happy, which is an essential emote. There we go. See, the rubber loses that little bit of friction that it has. And when it does, I feel like I'm holding grease. It's disgusting. It grosses me out. Gross! Oh yeah, now I expect it to suddenly work. I need like a mode on the mouse, like cleaning mode. And I guess the more expensive Steel Series, you could just unplug here and clean your shit off and then put it back in. What are these two chips? I think these are the ones that we bought. These are the ones that we bought for Dave's module. I need to get those into a container. These are specific FETs that I bought for the VCO. The analog VCO has been pissing me off, so we're doing some digital ones. We do need to do some hardcore electronics troubleshooting with the scope. You know, you remember when I spent hundreds of dollars on a nice scope and how it revolutionized my ability to broadcast troubleshooting and stuff? Remember that? Remember back then, 10,000 years ago when I did that? Huge upgrade, and then I parked it right there and it's been sitting there since? God, I suck. I like the guitar in this song. You got that like country guitar going on. Where in the world are nuts? What size nut is it? I'm using a socket over here that I modified by flattening, and it's an 8mm socket. It's an old 8. This one is Craftsman. Why did I do that? Oh no, it's not. It's Cobalt. Okay, so this is an oddball. It's marked like a Craftsman. I love a good trancey song with some guitar and lyrics. It kind of grounds it nicely. Yeah, so this one's Cobalt, but what I did is I put it under the file. I guess it's not that hardened. I filed it flat in order so that I could grip closely. But I should probably put like felt on it or something to keep it from scratching the front of a module. Luckily with my synthesizer, everything is plastic. Nice, soulless, cheap plastic. I have the XY table. We just would need to figure out a movement scheme on it in order to create and I have a router too. I have a 120 volt Craftsman router. We can combine all that stuff to make a small CNC that I don't know where it would live. I don't know where a CNC would live around here, but once I do, I know where to get $35 panels of good carbon fiber. And so I can completely revamp the synthesizer to have carbon fiber panels. Then, something that I'm probably never going to get around to, and I would love to get around to, is that if you get an ink tank printer, just where is that? If I can get to this part of the project, it's something that I would like to have just in general. But what you do is you get an ink tank printer, and you put a UV LED on the head of the printer, and you replace the paper feed with probably a module, probably have to be something we program, that would match the speed that the paper is moving and give all the right signals to the printer. And what that'll do is that'll enable you to print color graphics that are essentially like a tiny layer of epoxy on top of things. I saw it in the video of a pick and place. The guy has like an old pick and place that he uses with a CRT monitor and everything. It's like a monochrome CRT. Speedy, what are the audio jack nuts called? What are these guys called? The Funky Kong nuts? I don't know if you know, but I'm looking for a keyword because I want to buy a big pack of them. I'm sick of not having enough. Looks like they all come with the things. It's like I'm missing a keyword. 3.5mm jack, but I'm looking for like audio jack nut 8mm. That's not gonna get me the right stuff. 10-pack, quality, US thread, 3/8 inch by 32, potentiometer nuts, 3/8 of an inch. It's too big. That's what I keep getting. 24mm metric pot, nope. They're all guitar parts. I specifically said 8mm, and I think it just completely ignored me. Silly. You can get them at the like synthesizer shops. 1/4-inch jacks. Well, that's what the whole modular synthesizer uses, yeah. Or it's 1/8 of an inch. Whoops, I just searched 1/8 of an inch. That's not quite right. Hexlock Nut Pro. That's what they called me in prison. Bamboo Kitchen. What? 1/8 inch female thread, brass flange lock nut, brass pipe fitting. I don't think that's right. It does look a lot like the right thing, but it's probably not the right thing. I don't know if they're English or metric, too. The 8mm socket fits them perfectly. They don't thread on. Huh. Anderson Metals. 1/8 IP steel, package of 6 for $6. What do the comments say? Exactly what I needed for my project lamps. Okay. Oh, this is cursed. I need to measure like everything. I don't think these are right. Hey, Copper, what's going on? How you been? 0.3215. What's 1/8? I don't know what. I don't remember fractions today. 0.125. Oh, that's much. Yeah, that's much different. But these jacks should be compatible with 3.5 millimeter or 0.12. Although I'm 0.13, but 3.5. Yeah, okay. That's about there. It's just the socket is 6 millimeter, 0.2095 inch. Yeah, it's 3/8 SAE. Okay, or M8 by 70.75. Two standards of nuts, and I don't know which ones I have. Oh, I have a solution for this. Wait a minute. I bought a thing. I bought a thing for this. And I've been using it to hold down paper towels. What am I doing? What am I doing out here? What is this? What is this cruel world that we've been shoved into? How can I reconcile in this environment? Okay, here. This thing. I bought one of those hardware store tasty nut things. Whatever. Nut tasty is an emote. All right, let's see here. I was saying earlier before everybody arrived that I got to stop doing other people's impressions or doing other people's like bits and impressions because I hear them through my skull and my skull lies to me. It makes me think that I have accurate impressions of everything. A nut necklace. Yeah, there you go. I got my pearl necklace. It's full of nut. I need to stop. I need to just be me. The My Summer Car stream that I just uploaded, that'll be out February probably 8th, I think. I've got these videos coming out daily on the VOD channel, and it's a lot of work to keep that going. The inexorable march of time is approaching today in terms of my future scheduled releases, and I'd like to get it like a month ahead. That would be nice. But yeah, the thumbnail for the latest one reminded me, and of course in this one I was listening to my own gibbering, but this accursed piece of shit skin that I put on the Satsuma is amazingly cringe. I love it. But yeah, I will hopefully, it's probably like the next week's VOD or the one after that, where I split it off into layers in this program and then make it an actual Datsun livery. Because that's my crowning achievement of My Summer Car playing. I can only be me. I have one face, one voice. Anything else just totally misses. You know, I believe that I can do some impressions, but I'm not confident at all. And that's really what kills it most of the time, aside from them just being complete cringe. But let's get one of these things. Can I find the one that I kicked under? No, it's under a lot of stuff. It's under a lot of stuff. Brrr. What is that noise called? The brrr. So the Thonkies have this style, which is also the style of some gold audio jacks that I bought. So I have a couple little golden fasteners. They're kind of fun to mix in. And if I had enough of the gold ones, it would be really cool if all of the outputs from the modules were like color-coded. If we had the kind of support that guitar stuff has. Guitar stuff, I've already seen 3 different finish types on the nuts. It would be cool to be able to color coordinate it that way. I think the hand tightening ones, I think you can, some of the guitar, or some of the audio shops have the different standards, but this is what we're looking for. I'm looking for this. Not necessarily in gold, but, you know. It would look, the gold would look especially tasty if I upgrade all of my back panels to be carbon fiber. That would look amazing. And the impressions I can do well are a few Muppets and Yoda. Everyone can do Kermit. The other one that everybody can do is Frank Sinatra, which should speak to the amount of talent that that man has, which is average. He was in all the right places at all the right times, I suppose. But everybody can sing like Frank Sinatra. Because all you have to do is just have, like, you know, a swaggery voice. This is wrong. I don't think I actually have this standard on here. Because, yeah, this is M6. Sorry, M6 by 1. And Speedy said it was what? M8? M6 by... M8 by 0.75. M8 by 1, M8 by 1.25. So, yeah, I don't... And also, M8 doesn't really fit. So, what would the alternate be? A quarter by 20. Obviously doesn't fit. It's way too coarse, but... And a quarter by 28, still too coarse. Yeah, it doesn't fit. I'm of a mind to believe that these are, in fact, metric. That's a shame. This thing would have really come in handy just then, if it had the right stuff. Machine my own nuts. Yeah, okay. What? Yeah, these are 1/8 of an inch. And I believe that they're M6, but I don't know whether the standard is, yeah, 3.5 millimeter for the modular synth. That's what I said. Not as explicitly as I think I probably should have said. Oh, there's a way to ruin the threads. Ooh. 3.5 millimeter, not 4, so 6 by 0.5. Ah, okay. So let's see if we can find that. M6 by 0.5. M6 0.5 nut. Jack. I'm getting dangerous with these search terms. It's the one guy in Discord with a nut button. Jeez. Let's see here. Not really working out for me, huh? Not really working out. Not really finding what we need. I need like a skull microphone. Then you guys will hear me as I hear me. Jam nut. Those would be cool if they fit. I don't have a driver specifically for them, although, you know, obviously you can make them, but that was easy button, but it just says nut. I've been meaning to get one of those for some time. I also do have emergency stop buttons, like actual industrial ones that I could use to have just like a, you know, you hit it and it just goes nut, and the lighting changes and stuff. That would be pretty neat to do. I think once we resolve this node red thing, oh, these are a lot different than what these are a lot larger than what I expected. It's not what these look like. 5/8 by 24. Yeah, okay, so it's just pulling up whatever it can. They looked cool though. These are the wrong ones. I don't know, I'm not finding like where I can buy like a big package of them. I can buy a big package of them from, you know, some of the like retailers. Like here, I can buy as many of the connectors as I want because they sell them differently. They sell them in different lots. So I can go and grab, actually this would be the Donkey Kong Mono 3.5 millimeter audio jacks, stereo, hex nuts, bag of 50, 1 pound. 500, which is probably what I should get. 12 pounds. That would be nice, but oh well. I'll have to look separately and figure it out. $20. Multi-language international non-working collectible. $1. Parts only. I get like 4 of them. Have one just go easy. Or I could use this in conjunction with a project that I've been looking at and I've wanted to do something with, which is the there's actually an effort out there to do a speak and spell in software on the Arduino. There's a whole project for that, because I have the guts of 2 speak and spells. I have a speak and spell and a speak and math, and they are ruined. They're terrible. I did circuit bending with them when I was like a teenager. However, I wanted to get the chips out of those and put them on something like an Arduino. It is incredibly complicated to make them make all the phonemes. It's very complicated to make them speak because you have to like time and control a lot of bits going through into a chip that makes all the makes all those noises. I was hoping that there would be like an Arduino project where somebody figured that out for me, so I could hook it up to that and then make, I don't know, something for maybe the Eurorack that does like digital voice synthesis. It's a very 8-bit kind of sound. It's kind of played out. It's a little bit played out, but it would be fun to do. But the Arduino project that actually does speak and spell stuff would be cool to make into a module for the easy buttons. If I got those, it would be kind of funny to make that just say something really cursed. You just smack it and it says something totally cursed. The other thing that I would love to do with this Furby that I have, I would love to make the Furby into some form of, where is it? Neural Johnson bot. That Furby over there. We could use the speak and spell code. We could use a neural network, I guess you might want to call it AI, but it's like a language model that would take comments from chat and try to make its own comment. And I could have it say that through the Furby, and it would be really, really cursed. Milton T. Pike has that on his stream. He should be returning fairly soon. I think he's almost done setting up the new studio, but don't fix the DRO first. Yeah, I know. We're gonna fix the DRO before I get into Furby machine learning chat. Yeah, it's something that I really like to do. Can't wait for Furby to tell you the correct nut size. It wouldn't be like GPT or the lady who shall not be named command word. I don't need it to connect to the internet. Well, I do. I actually need it to view chat, but that's gonna be all it looks at is chat, and it'll come up with unique things to say. My chat doesn't really move fast enough for that, though. Hope he has sump pumps this time. I know, really, right? God, that sucks. His whole space flooded, and he took, it's been a while. But I was watching TechSmith, and Tech mentioned that, like, he almost came out of, or no, it was actually Djibouti Show. They were saying that he almost came out of hiding just for GTA RP, because they've added a whole bunch of really cool features to GTA RP. Like, you can do stuff with the camera that's shocking. And I wanted to suggest that Justin try one of those 3D space mice, because that's like the best way to navigate a camera is the 3D space mouse, and you could just put a camera somewhere and get a really cool angle. But yeah, been trying to self-host a clone of the Talking Chat GPT model. The horsepower needed to do that is woefully unexpected. Really? So it would host the whole thing. Don't you need like an actual graphics card in order to do that? Plug it into a stupid busy chat. If I just have it monitor Milton's chat. He would stream at similar times as me. That's why, yeah. Burzen, huh? I don't even know. I don't know what that means. Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, this album's great. But yeah, it would be nice to do something like that that's just totally unpredictable and cursed, and then have it would post the chat, like the message in text in the chat, and say it out loud to me. So if I'm close enough to the Furby, you'd be able to hear it. But NVIDIA Tesla P40 that I thought would be enough. My LLM module might be too big. Yeah, that's a big I don't know anything about the language models. I don't know anything about those. Neural Johnson bot is like 3 lines of code. I was actually kind of shocked. I thought I wasn't looking at the right thing. And then I found the person who made Neural Johnson bot in Milton's chat and messaged them. And they're like, yeah, that's all it is. It's 3 lines of code. Because it like, I guess it calls on something bigger. Like whatever the neural bot is just like a library in Python or whatever. I don't know what kind of hardware it needs to run on. I don't know nothing about it. But I would like to implement it. It would be fun to have, and then, you know, maybe you'd make the easy button, force it to say something, and it would have to run its routine and come up with a comment. Llama locally on a 3080. I don't know what the hell that is. You guys need to treat me like I don't know nothing, which is oftentimes when I get mad at you, but it's totally acceptable when we're talking about programming and AI. Llama locally on a 3080 Ti. Hardware requirements aren't too bad. The results are decent. So you're saying you should look into Llama. Oh yeah, nobody can hear this audio, by the way. People who are watching in any date further forward than right now don't hear this audio. And if you're on YouTube, you're not going to hear the audio as well. You can come into my stream on Twitch, you filthy animal, and listen to the actual audio that I'm reacting to. But just so you know, in case you're looking for like crazy music like this, or you think it's really cringe and you just want to be able to make fun of it further, you can check out Younger Brother. I don't know if Younger Brother is Simon Posford has like 3 different monikers that he releases music under, like Spangle. You can see that in the sidebar and stuff like that. Younger Brother, Spangle, and there was one other one working with, I think, Raja Ram or something like that. I don't fucking know. It's complicated. It's music stuff. Anyway, yeah, check them out if you feel like listening to some cursed and awesome electronic music. Hold on, just get rid of that. Get that out of my way. I've got many windows open on 3 monitors, and it's very confusing. Yeah, I only hear Power Man. Wait, nothing is playing music. Why do I hear this? I can't get it out. All right, so this is cursed. We're not looking at that anymore. I can't find extra connectors, and we need the. I need the link to the VCO. I have an MS Paint open. Did I close it? I think I closed it. I closed it to do video editing. I'm uploading videos. The cursed anime skin video for My Summer Car with the actual steering wheel, with the actual car parts steering wheel. Oh my god, that looks terrible. I need to calibrate that camera. That one is going up February 5th, I think, which is pretty fun. There's a lot of attempts at the rally, and this is when I learned that the BMW, the E46 shifter, the one from the automatic transmission, Steptronic, I believe it was. This thing is cursed. I still have it. I can still use it. That's this right here. That skin isn't cursed. It's blessed. I know, it was pretty fun, actually. I did a much better livery later on. But this one, unfortunately, will double shift unintentionally. It was nice to have. I mean, it is an actual car part. It feels like, you know, it's strong enough that you could totally just fucking sit on it and it wouldn't break. I mean, lean on it and it wouldn't break. But it was double shifting, and then I couldn't reconcile. My brain doesn't allow me to use that as a shifter. I'm sure with a little bit of work I could improve it, but I opted to 3D print a shifter. So somewhere mid-February, there will be a bunch of streams that are dedicated to the steering wheel and sort of upgrading it. And then there will be My Summer Car streams corresponding to that, where I actually win the rally. But that was a long project stream to get through. These are cursed because I have to go through and find all the chapters. You know, when does stuff happen? When our thing happen? But yeah, this is the Anime Pro skin that I put on the car. It's cursed. I don't care if you guys say it's blessed. I've been editing those videos and basically like pushing my face into the proverbial pee puddle that is my old streams and getting those up on the internet where people can access them. You found it at Oddvolt? Well, I don't have Oddvolt Prime. Oh, chat didn't scroll. Sorry. Oh, hey, Fat, how's it going? I got Spotify, my second audio source for headphones when I'm up doing laundry and stuff. Well, then if you want the unbesmirched bother stream without music, go to YouTube. Let's open up this oddvolt thing. I guess I can't click on links in Social Stream Ninja. I have to cut and paste. Sorry, some chat message kept me from scrolling. Oddvolt, $5. $5 American dollars? You may also like... Ooh, you can get them color-coded. Neat. Yeah, I'll do this. I'm not going to order stuff right now. Seen some guy take an actual car transmission out of a wrecked C6 Corvette and somehow turn that into a simulator controller for shifting. Ran an electric motor into it from both sides to simulate engine and RPM torque and wheel resistance. Damn! Well, the cool one was the one on Strange Parts. The time that I joined Strange Parts, it wasn't out of an actual car. What they did is they took hobby motors and turned them into servos and put them on a joystick. The cool part about that is that you can simulate whatever transmission you want. You want 8 gears in a truck? There you go, it's all there. And you can make it rumble with the engine, you can make it resist, you can make it feel like you're getting into detents and stuff like that. I think that's the way to go. The software on it is absolutely mind-boggling though. It's how would you do that? But you know, getting the inputs from something like Project Cars and then dealing with that and making it feel like a real shit, that sounds like it has an amazing amount of potential for, I mean, you could make like an expensive product for that. The only thing you wouldn't be able to do is look down and see where the gears are. Pretty cool stuff. I would love to have that, but what we did is we just found a 3D print shifter. Do you have the executive function to handle it? No, I have a massive amount of executive dysfunction that I'm actively fighting against in order to get my shit together this year and get that VOD channel sparkling, get that popping off. I think the YouTube algorithm has already found that I'm doing daily uploads and has been pushing my content to some viewers. The Satisfactory stream got like 400 some odd views as of a couple days ago. That's cool. I didn't know that would happen. I think that's because of the algorithm. And I think what's happening is this is my chance to go viral, and I'm just going to totally with it because they're old streams and it's just way too much content for people to handle. Doing a 5-hour stream 3 days a week is a lot of content, and there's a lot of me going, and that's like, people don't want to watch that. Part of this project of uploading videos is so that I can put chapters on all the streams and I know what's going on during the stream so that I can cut 3 or 4 streams into a 30-minute video and put that on the other channel, put that on the main work verb design channel. The scariest project I've seen is somebody made their own direct drive force feedback steering wheel with a NEMA 42 servo. Which one is NEMA 42? Hold on. Which one are we? I think we're NEMA 34. No, we might be NEMA 42. Because this is... That's our servo. This camera's not a happy camper. That's our servo. And the Mercedes wheel. What is this frame rate? I'm gonna be sick. But yeah, this shifter, I did some work on it, and I think it needs to be. Oh yeah, the thing fell out. There's a little like locker down here that I need to put that back up here. That keeps me from getting into reverse, because it's, you bump over to reverse and then you also bump over here. So I need to make that a thing, but it's a gated shifter and everything. Pretty cool. I think it is 42. I think we're NEMA 42. It is a 2 horsepower Mitsubishi servo motor, and the cool thing about it is you can buy from CUI Incorporated. You buy a little capacitive encoder, and you get just about close to the resolution that the original Mitsubishi one did. Mitsubishi has like their own language that the encoder speaks. So you hook all that up to your Mitsubishi controller, and then you can Mitsubishi all over your Mitsubishi. It all works in its own little environment. The open source stuff wants open source things, and so Granite Devices sells controllers, and then you can put that CUI Incorporated encoder onto the motor shaft. You have to break off the old like CD style plastic wheel, and then the CUI Incorporated thing comes with adapters to fit it to the different shafts. The bolt pattern of the CUI Incorporated encoder is exactly the same as if it's a standard as the Mitsubishi holes. So you can bolt that in there and just make it look OE. Which is what we did. And then we bought the digital connector, the data connector, the same type of connector, because it's a really cool connector, and we were able to get that all together. It's pretty awesome. The amount of polish that I was able to put into something that looks so shitty. Not quite enough for IndyCar. You don't need it to be exactly IndyCar. IndyCar puts quite a lot of torque on something. The maximum torque that the motor could do, we compared it before, and it's only a little bit shy of IndyCar. You could make it go crazy. I have had it at full force feedback against the end detents, doing full current, and I can overpower it. I can still overpower it. It is a workout though. If you do it, like I think one of the streams that I'm going to run into in the near future as I'm uploading from 2021 was where I did turn it up to like 100%, and I think my arms just wouldn't have it, and so we dialed it back to 80% of force feedback, and afterwards my arms were just burning because it was a substantial workout. I mean, like the amount of force that thing can put into you, it's crazy. If I really wanted to break my arms off, if I really wanted to just pop an arm off, then I actually have a planetary gear thing to plug into it, because at the time when I bought the motor, I told the eBay seller, I'm thinking about making like a YouTube video about building a steering wheel. I can link you to it whenever I'm done. That was like 12 years ago. That was so long ago. But he was like, oh cool, man, I don't really know what to do with this stuff, and he sends me this extra piece, which is this planetary like torque converter. Oh my god, it's like 100 turns is like a quarter turn for this thing, and the reduction is insane. So if I really wanted to pop my arms off, or maybe just rip myself in half, I could hook it up to that thing. But I have no desire. As of right now, the direct drive feedback wheel is in a really good place. I could use actually a smaller servo motor on it, and I tried to order one. The next size up in NEMA looks exactly like the reduced size, the NEMA 42 and whatever the next NEMA. Yeah, NEMA 42 is just the size, yes. It's not the torque spec or anything like that. The end of it is shortened a little bit, like on the less strong motor. You have longer motors to give you more motor stuff inside of your motor, but the sizes are the bolt pattern on the front is really what that NEMA is referencing. Force feedback thumb dislocator. There might be a chance that it could hurt your thumb pretty substantially, but it's not supposed to. It's not supposed to. It's supposed to be force feedback, so the force you're putting into it is what's getting altered. It doesn't move itself. It's not supposed to move itself. It's supposed to gently spring back to center position and vibrate and stuff like that. But if it's not sensing me putting like force into it, it won't try to fight that force. It's like that's direct drive. It's kind of awesome. Yeah. But anyway, I would like to get a less torquey motor on that, because just by sheer attrition, this thing weighs 18 pounds, and I have to schlep that thing around when I want to use it. That's why we haven't been doing like driving streams. I need to do like project cars. You can go to per Java, whatever. You can go to the My Summer Car server and hoon around in My Summer Car, but in project cars. So that would be really fun. Gonad has been after me to do this, but I'm starting to grow a spine. I have to tell these people feeding me projects no. because I'm overwhelmed. I'm overwhelmed. We're working on this thing today because the generative design stuff got too complicated. There were too many variables floating around in my head of what I should do, and we'll get back to it. But it's like I'm just, you know, overwhelmed. So we went to these VCO projects because they're basically microcontroller amplifier output. It's simple. It's dead simple. U42 is the absolute largest size you can get a servo in. No, I have one. I accidentally ordered the size up. I was trying to get, I lost the trace on that one. I bought a motor on eBay by visuals, and I didn't look at any of the listing, and I got too much motor. It literally looks like they took my motor, the shorter pancakey sized motor of the NEMA 42, and they just upsized it by like 100%. Because that thing came in the mail, and I was like, this is ridiculous. It's like this enormous motor. I have it sitting in storage. I don't know what to do with it. I actually have two of these NEMA 42s. I want to put the other one on my mill because this thing has a 1/4 horsepower motor on it, and you can just do belts up top, and I can hook it up to the 3-phase motor with a VFD, and that would be quiet. It'd be quiet and fast, and it would have like braking capabilities and all that stuff. But you know, time makes fools of us all. The next big thing I want to do is pull this thing apart and put it all back together because it's getting rusty and lame, and the DRO doesn't work. So we need to take a look at that hardware. From there, I can clean up and make the bracket that'll adapt to the bigger motor and everything too. Too much, and ever-present project is burn the subs. We need to work on that. I'm inverting some of the parts of it, and I'm actually, the project uploads that I'm doing right now are me working on this version of burn the subs. A lot has happened from where I'm uploading right now, but like 2 years ago, we were working on this thing pretty steadily, and it was coming together, and still is. But I mean, you know, we need to take a minute and work on that, because I think in a couple streams, maybe 3 or 4. I could get all the hardware squared away on burn the subs and ready to go. Unless I want to add something like focusing the laser remotely or distance sensing as a means by which to figure out where the live edge is. Yeah, Palooza's been around for a while. It has lost urgency. I no longer have the urge. Burn the Subs is an older project than my Apollo Age. A lot of people discovered this channel because of Burn the Subs. And, you know, I tried to actually email Hackaday, and for somebody who used to work for them, boy, it would be nice if you guys could, like, maybe, I don't know, look at my project, because I'm pretty proud of it, because it's the first time I've made sort of a giant project that has the ability to kind of go viral. It would be nice to, like, go viral, because they're the only place that I emailed my thing to. Nah, it's really disappointing. Hey, look, I have this project. And then people are like, this is self-promotion and it's disgusting. I'm like, well, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to approach this? It's like, any way you look at it, it's going to seem like I'm slimily self-promoting in order to get subs. And I don't know. I don't know how to beat that. There's a lot of subreddits where I can't post anything about my stream. Not that my account isn't currently hacked. Fuckers. Yeah, Hackaday is essentially a site for self-promotion. So, well, I'm making assumptions here about what they might have thought about my project. I'm making assumptions. Maybe they looked at it and they decided not to publish it that day. I don't know, but it's disheartening when stuff like that happens. The internet is really toxic about that. Yeah. There's a bunch, like, you know, live stream fails. If I wanted to post the clip of the capacitor exploding, I wouldn't be able to. And then, if one of my moderators posts it, I wouldn't be able to do that either. Stop complaining and make more content. The internet. That is the bottom line. That's what I, you know, hope for the future is everybody working on cool stuff and sharing it. I want to see that stuff. That's why the Discord has a channel for it. It's not really self-promotion. You don't even have to ask, just link to your stream somewhere. There's a stream shoutouts section too. I want to see more people making content. Ood Oo had 400 some odd viewers last night. How does that work? How do I do that? I did the YouTube thing. Yeah, how dare you monetize? Well, there's also the argument of monetizing every single human activity in existence. Well, no, that's a fetish thing. Never mind. It would be like, you know, live eating cereal. That's a thing. Every single human activity is monetized in some way at this point. Hackaday article where it's just a YouTube link to some guy talking about his closed source radioactive dice roller. Whoa. I stay away from Hackaday because much like the people force feeding me projects to work on, I'm susceptible to this sort of thing. And if I browse Hackaday, I'll go, whoa, cool sensor. And then I'll go buy it for a project. There's some stuff in here that was basically just me browsing Hackaday where I'm like, oh, cool. I'm going to get one of those parts and use it. Yeah, it's a bad habit. It's a bad habit. But yeah, you know, in the project sphere, things work a little differently. Plagiarism versus like self-promotion is like a totally different animal in this space. You need to monetize doing nothing at all. Social sleeping streams. Done. Well, sleeping isn't nothing. Sleeping is your brain clearing out. Alpha Phoenix muon detector. I wrote an article about one of those cloud chambers, and they didn't have video, and I kind of came off a little bit snippy about them not having video, and they got mad at me. They got mad at me, but if you have a cloud chamber article, I need to see something, you know? Sleeping is too much effort. Jeez. A sleeping stream without a camera. A no cam, chat only sleep stream. That's just the Discord. That's just the Discord. Sorry. All right. That's what it used to be. That's what it used to be. That's what Twitch used to be. Without the education part. I don't know what, if you're getting your education off of Twitch, I've got news for you. You're in trouble. Yeah, I mean, like, you can even lock off your VODs to only people who subscribe, which is, I think that's a bad practice. I don't like that. I don't like that. All right, let's get down to brass tacks. Actually, let me find this MS Paint thing first. Where did I save? I guess if I open up MS Paint, do I have one open already? I do not. Paint. And then oh. That's not what I'm looking for. Did I not save it? Did I not think that I would save it? We're gonna go to Facecam for this one. Let me see here. All kinds of garbage that I've kind of dumped onto the desktop here. I'm just looking to see if any of them happen to be the schematic that I made yesterday, which is not all that hard for me to reproduce. It's literally just, hold on. Huh? Pedal. Pedal? Really? Like the thing you put your foot on? What is this? No, it was never on a VOD. That's the thing. It was never on a VOD. This is me getting my ducks in a row off camera yesterday. That's not it. Let's see. Usually I kind of dump the schematics onto the desktop. I like this album. This is a good song. Yep. Oh, there's all the motor data. Okay. So the other thing, yeah, overreaching censorship, not knowing the difference. Yeah, it's ridiculous. I don't think sim would be the issue. I don't want to play with my title today. I don't want to do that. Let's see. I'm looking for the directory. Let's go from, by the way, here are all the videos. This is all the videos, bother. Three terabytes of e-waste. 271 videos still to process. It's an incredible amount of stuff. And this only takes us up to 10/6/23, which was the stream before Twitch allowed me to co-stream to YouTube. Craziness. It's a 6 terabyte drive that I'm filling with my stream. What am I doing? Oh, I'm going into the directory. That's right. I'm bringing this over here, and we're going to go into project, stream, and then we're going to look for mod synth, I think. Meat Boy, Merkwheel, Milmod, Misk. I never saved it. I never saved it. Ah, son of a bitch. Okay, well, we're going to make it again then. That's the reason I'm using MKV, yeah. Because if you get cut off, it'll save. It'll save at least. I think it loses like a minute or something when the power goes out. But I've had streams where suddenly the drive fills up or where the power goes off and stuff like that. I do have battery backups on everything, so if the power goes out, I have like 5 minutes to tell you guys my final goodbyes before the stream has to be closed off. But we have a generator now, so the power will never go out again. We spent so much money on that. We spent so much money on this generator, so much money, because the power went out here all the time. But it's been super stable ever since we got this generator. It sucks. There are people like during those power outages who they weren't even in the neighborhood, and their generators were making all this freaking noise. All right, let's start the stream. Well, actually, I want to let the song end. It's a good song. Yeah, it does. It does have that effect. I think Pico's been going through and working on the power lines too. They've been doing a lot of work, especially after I call it the Derencho, which is not how it's pronounced. The Daren, whatever that giant sudden storm we got was, blew all of the trees over that were around all the big power lines, and I think they came back and remember to run your Jenny at times. It does its own cycle. On Wednesday afternoon, it turns on for a little bit. Or no, maybe it's Thursday. I don't know. Put everything on UPSs after 5 outages in a month, nothing since. Yeah, everything is still on UPSs here because it takes a minute. Not a minute, it takes a couple seconds to switch over to the generator. So, yeah, it was a tropical shitstorm. We're having a shitstorm. A tropical shitstorm. What am I doing? Spent the past week without water? The Dodge Derencho. All new. Wow, look at how that thing can haul corrugated pipes that are extremely large but also extremely light. It really does well with that. Oh, and now it's driving onto a job site, but it's completely pristine and without a single ounce of mud. It sure is driving on a mountain road, on an empty mountain road. Slightly cheaper to run a gas generator than pay for electricity? Jeez. I'll tell you, man, after you're done paying for the generator, I don't know. It's not that big of a deal, but man. No, this is like a legit generator. This thing does its own stuff. It makes sure that it is primed and ready to go. Like, it will run for like an hour once a week on its own. It's scheduled to do that. I can hook it up to Wi-Fi too. I've got the Wi-Fi thing sitting in a box behind me somewhere, but I'm not too keen on plugging every appliance into the internet. I don't really like that. But yeah, this is like a serious like Generac kind of thing that we have here. A friend of mine did his own generator route. He actually has to unplug his barbecue and then plug in his generator, and he kind of prefers it that way. Generac used to kind of be terrible with generators, and he back then he got burned, and so he'll never get one. But he's got, you know, the thing. Basically, he has to unplug, and I don't know if he has to unplug the electricity, but he has to go out and start it himself and plug in the fuel source, the natural gas source, and everything. But he spent way less than I did, and it's just a little bit more involved. But for us, and I'm not the only person pitching in to buy this thing, but it was still really fucking expensive. But yeah, it manages itself. It's so hands off. And then there's two power line like disconnects that sense how much power the house needs and will allow the generator to like make the stove work and make the washing machine work, which is crazy. I can't imagine like, yeah, I'm doing laundry, but the generator's on. Like, what? I want my load of wash to cost $40. It's ridiculous. Wait till the control board goes bad and it's pricey to repair. We've got like 5 power outages or as many years guarantees stuff going on, so we just went out several thousand to replace. I just hope we get to use it at one point, because we made the decision after just being rife with power outages every year. So running the air conditioner during a power outage is going to be a hell of a thing. All right, I gotta get the song out of here before I get too into it. I'm gonna do this, and then we're gonna start soon out of here. We're gonna get that out of here, and then I'm gonna get out of here. Bye. I'm not. I didn't actually go anywhere. What are we doing? Hi, welcome to part 2 of a one-stream project. These were never going to be one stream. Who am I kidding? We're building little VCOs, and these VCOs come from a link from SpeedyCat and I forget. I think this computer updated itself, and I lost all of the links that I pulled up yesterday, so that I wouldn't have to do things like memorize, you know, what's going on or where I am. Let me pull up the links real quick. I got to go in to Discord, which I hate doing during stream. Hajiwo makes these dirt cheap synthesizer projects, and they're pretty cool. There's quite a lot of very interesting stuff on this website, and SpeedyCat, being a constant prompt of projects that I shouldn't be getting into, pulled my arm sideways and broke it a little bit, popped it out of the socket, and I was screaming and crying, and I decided to give in and finally build some of these, because they're very simple projects. They're I would say, okay, not very simple, but they're relatively simple. They are cheap too, and so the recent ones have been using this RP2040, which has a 4-channel like analog output. It's kind of amazing. If your PC look, that's not going to help me. I know what Control-Shift-T does, but it's not that you know, you can restore the previous session too, but the MS Paint thing is gone, so whatever. Anyway, yeah, 4-channel. Well, the 4-channel is the output. You could, I mean, fine, you could make an oscilloscope. That's a huge project, though. You guys are Copper. Stop coming up with projects. That's a silly one. There's a $30 oscilloscope you can buy. Anyway, four analog outputs, right? It has 4 DACs. Yeah, digital to analog converters, which the Arduino had none. It technically had analog outs, but they were only able to do PWM. This has like legit outputs. It's a modern chip, and it's like a couple bucks. So Hajiwo has been making all of these incredible, super duper cheapo, awesome projects. But I don't want to just replicate this, because you know, the $9 DIY RP2040 project is using Schmidt, or well, it's using diodes in order to protect the inputs, right? So anyway, let's open up the notes. It's going to be all in Japanese. That's fine. We will have to look at their code too, but I'm going to set that to English just so that it looks like it's a legitimately English web page. It's not, but 53rd self-made modular synth, and the schematic is right here. Nice and simple. There's the RP2040. There's a couple of inputs. There's a couple of knob inputs that are just voltage dividers that go from 0 to 3.3. There are the volt per octave and the mod CV inputs. The thing about these is that volt per octave and mod CV, those are control voltages. With modular synthesizers, that means that they can swing as much as plus minus 10 volts, which is an insane amount of power to put into something that can only take 3 volts, as far as I know. I believe that on the RP2040 spec site, they said 3 volts. The module itself is USB-C, so I think it's taking in 5 volts. I don't know how much 3 volt it's making. I don't know if I should be subsidizing the 3 volts with a 3 volt regulator coming out of, I mean, we're gonna plug it into plus minus 12 volts. The Eurorack format has 5 volts on it, but I don't wanna, I don't wanna like use that. I don't wanna use it because I have a switch on the 5 volt on my rack, and I can just leave it off. Can I copy the image? There we go. So let's get our ducks in a row. Let's open up MS Paint, and let's just get this schematic down. So here is their schematic. What we're gonna do is take blocks from the much more advanced mutable instruments modules. So mutable instruments makes quite a tasty little module. We're gonna take a look at the most advanced one, which is Marbles. The most advanced one that I know is Marbles. It's got sort of the latest and greatest in the schematic. So if I open that up, by the way, I also made the front panel and did all of the soldering for the chord VCO. So this one, instead of just playing one note, will play chords, whereas this one will just replicate the note for the 1 volt per octave. So more VCOs, more tunes, I guess. And if they're digital, that means they're not going to be a complete pain in my ass. The what do you call it? The analog ones are fairly difficult. Now this mutable instruments Marbles uses the STM32F405. It is a beast of a microcontroller, and it is a beast to learn how to program these things. But they can do beastly things, and audio especially likes to have a lot of beastly things going on. So it's a nice microcontroller. It is also 3 volts only, and if you go over that, you blow up a $20 chip. I think these are getting harder to find. I had to spend quite a bit to buy the ones that I got. I think they might have been $18 each. They're using a DAC though, but even still, the analog outputs are probably limited to 3 volts on both of these systems, because I mean, this thing's only getting 3 volts in. So it's probably outputting only 3 volts max. So the circuits that are involved in the ins and outs of this thing, actually, this is actually for control voltages though, not audio. I wonder why it's like this. DAC. Well, I guess control voltages are analog too, but control voltages are different from audio signals in Eurorack. So we'll have to find something that does an audio signal and steal the schematic from it. But what we're stealing here is the inputs. The Marbles module has a lot of control voltage and gating inputs. So what we need to do is we need to take a control voltage, and in this case, I guess they're limited to plus minus 5 volts, not like 10 volts. But we can take this as our input. Now, AREF minus 10. So there's a minus 10 that we need to create. Since we're getting plus minus 12, we will also be stealing the power, or sorry, the analog reference. Where is that? It's like there are these voltage reference chips, and it's this little SOT23 thing that outputs exactly negative 10 volts and makes sure that that's what you're getting. Here, I think 3 volts, 3.3 volt analog. So they're actually taking it through a voltage regulator with an inductor on it. Where's the little voltage guy? I want to find that circuit because I kind of wanted to replicate that circuit. What the hell? Normalization probe on the clock inputs. So weird. There's a lot of strange stuff going on these mutable modules, but they're very nice. Very nice. Where is that 10 volt source? Negative 10 volt rather. Somewhere in here. We'll find it. Oh, that song's gonna be stuck in my head. That one with the driving guitar in it. T clock, X clock, and those are all the other CV inputs. Then we've got 1 volt VREF bias. Huh. What is that about? It's taking VREF and then it's voltage dividing it. Huh. All right, we're going to find this part of the circuit because I don't want to neglect my negative 10 volt sources here. Yeah, that's the 3 volt reference, but then there's somewhere around here there's a negative 10. Or maybe this one isn't doing that? No, this one definitely had negative 10 volts. This one definitely had that. I remember that being in there. I remember that being a key feature in this thing. Unless we need it. This is marbles, right? Yeah, this is marbles. This says VREF bias. Because we're comparing against these voltages, so we want them to be good. Good. Oh, here it is. So this is the LM4040 is the 10 volt reference, and I guess it's represented by a Schottky diode looking symbol, a little Zener-y looking thing. 1.5 milliamp delivered, 0.4 milliamp needed, AREF negative 10. I guess they didn't take their notes out of that. So yeah, 1 kilo ohm resistor, a 470 nanofarad capacitor, and this will create a negative 10 volt reference. And so for the CV inputs, we compare to that negative 10 volt reference. Where is that? Well, these are VREF bias for the DAC outputs. And then here we have the inputs. And what we're doing is we're taking that negative 10. And if you do the math on this, that negative 10 shifts the negative 5 volts or the positive 5 volts. It shifts that whole thing up so that your 10 volt swing becomes at negative 5 volts, you have 0 volts on the line. At, I think, no, it inverts it. So at negative 5 volts, you have 3.3 volts on the line. At positive 5 volts, you have 0 volts on the line. That's just how the math works out. The 470 picofarad capacitor, the C41 up here, that is just there to prevent ringing. Apparently, the MCP 6004 can do some stuff with ringing if at like the higher frequencies, but this prevents it. It kind of damps the higher frequencies so that it's not as represented in your audio stream. And then, of course, we have the biasing here, 100K, 33K, and then 200K. So that's 2 to 1 on that. And then this is a third, I believe, taking it down by a third. And yeah, that's essentially it. It's a very clever little circuit. It requires a couple parts more than what Hajiwo has in their circuit. But I figure I'm going to use it just because it's smart and good. So goodbye, cursed anime livery. Goodbye. My snip of this is now going away. The Anime Pro My Summer Car stream is going up, I think, February 8th. So if anybody wants to really just fully immerse themselves in the cringiness of having an anime car, there you go. Okay, so let's get this circuit and let's put this into our notepad so that we can have it. So instead of this right here, and instead of these Schottkys, we're hitting it with this thing. And they're even using an MCP 6232. I have MCP 6004 through-hole ones coming in the mail. Yeah, Gonad was there. And this wasn't even the stream where Gonad convinced me to finally use the tuner, the force feedback tuner. It's the lit man's car covered in sneezing anime ladies. That's even better. That's so specific. Oh, I love it. I love it. Yeah, no, I think I worked with Short Lurker in finding just like an anime girl poster or whatever. And then the Anime Pro meme I also sort of aped off of, and I did my own. I think I cut it out, but I'm not going to pull up the Anime Pro meme. It's just this giant guy in a shirt that says Anime Pro. And it's just MS Paint because it's one of those things. Okay, so we need an analog output. I think I got the analog output from a different module. I think I got it off of the Mutable Instruments site. And we looked at the schematic on there, and at least the colors will be inverted, and it'll work in MS Paint. Huh? Finished a load of laundry without any orphan socks. I guess the cat dimension did not claim any of your precious socks. So we were looking at, which one were we looking at last time? It wasn't tides. I think we were looking at grids. I don't know if grids has audio output though. I wanted the latest that does audio. Yeah, I think it was braids. Braids outputs audio. So we want braids, and we want the open source stuff for it, and then I want the schematics. And that'll pull up a couple pages of a PDF. I remember this. We did this on stream, didn't we? I guess I could probably have picked it off a stream. And then we want the output. Now this is still a DAC output, but again, the DAC only works on 3 volts. So we should be good in this sense. The RP2040 will only work in 3 volts as well. Braids, for some reason, has 2 amplifiers per input. I think that's to implement some kind of an adjustment. I think that's for turning it up and down. But our RP2040 circuit is as simple as it gets, so it's gonna not do that. It's just gonna not do that. So here's audio out, and that goes through, again, 2 amplifiers. This one doesn't adjust though. So why is it going through 2 amplifiers? It might be to get it into the positives. Might have to use 2 amplifiers on this thing. But then again, I'm getting an MCP 6002 in the mail, so it will have 2 amplifiers. This one calls for a TL072. I don't like that. I like the MCP 6004 more. You limit that to the 3 volts. Actually, wait, no, never mind. MCP 6002 is for inputs. So TL072 I have, and we can do that for the outputs, because the TL072 goes up to like 35 volts. That's right. I'm starting to get my head together with all these digital Eurorack things. It's getting a little easier for me to figure out what's going on in them. So then we, instead of this, we're going out to this. We'll just replicate that circuit. And then in the inputs, instead of all this, P26 and P28. And the MCP 6004 is only fed 3 volts. Easy peasy. So it can't blow up our microcontroller. Oh yeah, ground. Burp. So that's essentially what we're building. And then over here, the TL072s will be, did they get plus minus 12 volts? Let's check the schematic. The schematic says, of course, they break out the power. That's 3 volts in ground, and it doesn't tell you which one it is. This is bad. In terms of like keeping your schematic organized, I guess it's okay. But what you should really do is spend a little bit of effort to move the capacitor up and put that positive arrow in here. You can put the capacitor somewhere else and give it just the arrows, but having the pins separated from the op amp, I don't know which op amp these are going to. One's going to pin 11, one's going to pin 4, we got pin 4 and pin 8. I don't know what that means. So what we're gonna have to, VCC and VEE, so those are plus and minus 12 volts. Ground is in between the two in this circuit, but it's like, this is bad practice doing this. It's fine for like, you know, this schematic is really not meant to be, well, it is documentation, but it was never supposed to be public documentation, I guess, until it was released. And, you know, Emily said, good luck, you're on your own. So I can understand, I can justify that, because this schematic exists primarily so that the pin placement on the circuit board is correct. You know, you're programming the software to tell you where your trace needs to be routed. But it's good to follow practice on things like this, because when you go back in and you look at something and you go, well, what voltage does this one take, the TL072? And you're like, oh. So anyway, we're giving it a plus minus 12 volts. So I'm going to take note of that, and I'll just do it in the way that it should have been done. That's really sloppy. Plus 12. Actually, that should be an arrow. Minus 12. So that's how that's done. Okay. Yeah, and that one gets 3 volts and ground. So there's going to be a little bit of complexity added by these op amps, but it should be totally doable in a circuit. We should be able to build this. It's not so bad. Let's take a look. Just for shits and giggles, I need to see if I have any MCP 6004s. I really don't think I do. Where am I keeping those chips? Not in this one. This one's all knobs and stuff. We're actually done with the front panel of both of these. We need to make the back panel now, which is where all the circuitry is going to be. So here are the front panels. They're all done. I've got decent values for all the stuff, and I've made the drill holes for the switches and everything. So those are done. I would be hard-pressed to fit the whole RP2040 circuit onto these boards. So I'm just going to put another one of those boards behind it and hold it on standoffs, which is the way that a lot of Julian's circuits end up breaking. So a little cause for slight concern is that most of the damage that I see to these modules coming from Julian, who I think knows how to handle electronics, but damn does he not break stuff often. He uses this stuff like daily, so... But still, all of the damage that I see coming back, and maybe it's a survivorship bias thing, it's that picture of an airplane with all the red dots on it. Oftentimes, the problem with these modules is that some header is bent completely out of shape. On his MIDI module, whoever made the MIDI module glued the header on. And of course, because they're not, like, I guess they're not totally interested in they haven't run into this problem before, so what they did is the headers they used were like super special, ultra small headers. I only had the pins that came with it to fix it with, because I tried to look it up and it doesn't exist. Now, where did I put all those op amps? Because didn't I have a variety of op amps? I've got the TL072s and 4s right here, but we're looking for an MCP 6004, which is not uncommon, but it is a 3-volt op amp. Most of my op amps come from an operation that was a little bit before the 3 volts times. I think 3 volts was common in the... When did that come about? It probably came about a billion years ago, but it was more common in like the 2000s than the early 90s. Probably need to do laundry soon. The comment is just sticking around because I didn't put any time rules on the chats in these windows. Probably something that I should do, but... Oh, hello. MC3408. That was close. That got really close to the right part. I should probably put these all in like a piece of styrofoam just so I can go through. What the hell is this one? Oh my god. This lid doesn't go all the way back, so I can't use it as a tray. We're going to see if I have any MCP 6004s. That MC part number I should probably look up to see if it's a low voltage. That's not it. Can I do this in like a different window? Would that look better? Like that. That might look a little better. There you go. That's way better for this sort of task. And we probably need to focus a little bit. OPA 537. Let's look up the specs of the OPA 537. Actually, I should move the parts bin over and then have the chip like that. Opa! Let's see what that is. That's the wrong scene. Okay. What was it again? OPA 537? This has been my life for the past couple months, is uploading videos with the clip thing out and the, hitting the right arrow key. It's essentially the same as streaming with all of these windows open. OPA 537. My good keyboard for this machine got stuff on it, and I forget how that happened. Sewage facility 637. I need to resurrect that keyboard. I need to bring it back to life. I have a parts cleaner now. And actually, the parts cleaner, by the way, the parts cleaner, oh yeah, it's not on the thing anymore. The parts cleaner is going to be used to clean out the cooler for my 6900 XT. It's full of rust. I wonder how that happened. Me putting I literally have a spring in the line in order to keep the tube round, and the coating on the spring is not that good. I don't think I can nickel plate it. I don't think the nickel plate will really hold on to it. I'm not sure. Another keyboard. I'm not doing another, what is it called again? QMS. I'm not doing another quick mechanical keyboard. It's possible that you can flash the chip that's already there to be QMK, but the problem with the design is that on the code 10 keyless, water gets into the chip really easily. It gets to the chip really easily. My redesign with the Pico Pi moved it away from where the water pools, which has saved my normal keyboard on many occasions, but I don't know if I will end up... it's tempting to do, but I don't know if I'll do that. Be in at 1 kilohertz, IQ per channel. This is an instrumentational, isn't it? Low noise Pro JFET op amp. It's old. Let's look at this. That's keyboard since 2009. Not sure you get through so many. It's the second a drop of water gets anywhere near the keyboard, it dies. I don't know. It's just the design of it. It has all the electronics like over the arrow keys, which puts it right there. Not this specific one, but on the code 10 keyless, all of the stuff is right here. And so when stuff gets on the keyboard, it'll eventually find its way to that corner and kill it. I don't know. It just seems to like, it's pro not existing. Precision speed DI-FET operational amplifier. High speed dielectrically isolated complementary NPN PNP process, huh? 4.5 to 18 volts. So that's not really what we want. That will not work at 3 volts. Oh, plus it's a single amp, so yeah. The MCP 6004s are supposed to get here today. So if I get the notification that a package has arrived, we don't have to do this anymore. Ooh, heartburn. Well, it's not actually, I actually learned that a pork roll is something from New Jersey. I did pork on a roll. MC3048, look that up. I need something that can listen to me and actually like punch those numbers in. 1 of 8 decoder? Huh? That's more pins than this thing has. Oh, a 4038. Yeah, I should have remembered that number. That's actually 3408. Yeah, no wonder. My brain is on autopilot. The I guess Logitech makes a pretty robust keyboard, huh? JFET input. So this is another JFET input op amp. It's a singular one. -14 to +14. That's what I'm cursed with. I don't think I have the MCP 6004 in here. I don't think I have it. Possible, but let's see. Who's next? Try to just get one of these out of this bin here. That's a good habit. Yeah, keeping the drinks off the desk. I'm not that disciplined though. I mean, it was practically like, it was almost nothing. I mean, okay, so I'm like filling the reservoir and stuff all on the desk with the keyboard on it. I should probably not do that. That's another 3048. Let's just do all these. $3140 easy. CA 3140 easy. Wait, no, that was wrong. Wait, I forgot the number. I forgot the number. Where's my CA 3140? My drinks live in the desk drawer now, so they're below the pricey electronics. That's a good idea. Having a just water sealed drawer. What's that? Holy crap. Code Rushed is raiding with a party of 22 people. 22! How you guys doing? Man, all these Code Rush raids throughout history. I'm starting to upload all my, not starting to, I am well into uploading all of my VODs from 2 years ago, and Code Rush, regularly having to find Code Rush raiding, and then giving them a little @ in the chapters for when they raided, because man, it's consistent and I love it. How you guys doing? We're working on a cheap VCO. The RC car thing kind of blew out my my executive function. And yeah, everybody here, check out Code Rush. They are consistent and awesome, and it's very, very nice to see. We're building these Hajiwo VCO modules for my modular synthesizer. I decided to take a break from generative design and RC cars because there were too many variables swimming around in my head, and I needed a little variety. So these are very simple RP2040. It's a 32-bit Seed Studio Raspberry Pi chippy thingy that we can program in order to be a voltage-controlled oscillators. The analog voltage-controlled oscillators, these two MFs back here, have just completely killed me. They're too much troubleshooting. They're too much analog troubleshooting. The Bic and Tic is my favorite, though, because we snapped it over my knee and resoldered a bunch of the stuff that's supposed to go together, but it still doesn't work. There is something still going on in there. I get a square wave out of some parts of it, and I've had to replace some transistors to be the right parts, and then you got to tune it. You got to tune it, and I haven't gotten around to that yet. And the troubleshooting is kind of scaring me on this one. So eventually, I will come back to this circuit. But in the meantime, I would like to have voices in my synthesizer. So what we're building is a regular old $9 VCO, I think $7, and then the other one is a chord VCO. So instead of just playing one note, this thing will play chords depending on the control voltages going into it. There's your button. Beep, beep, beep. There's a little switch on it. Pretty cool stuff, right? These are from Hajiwo, which is a YouTuber. Where is Hajiwo? Where did you go? There we go. Hajiwo. Hagiwo. They make these beautiful, just really cheap, functional modules. And so what we're doing right now is we're collecting parts and schematics. So this is the schematic. It has one amplification stage. It is an inverting amplification stage. Oh, that's good news. Maybe we don't have to use both of those op amps. Anyway, so that comes in here, gets amplified, and then it's output to the rest of the Eurorack. Eurorack works at a larger voltage standard than your typical electronics. It uses plus minus 12 volts, whereas this microcontroller is plus minus 3 volts. So everything needs to be scaled and catered. You can have up to plus minus 10 volts. That's a 20-volt swing that can be input into one of the analog inputs of this thing. So what Hajiwo is doing is he's putting these BAT435, these, it looks like a Zener diode, but I got a Schottky diode when I looked it up. I don't know. If it's a Schottky, then it's a Schottky, but what it's there for is to limit the swing of the voltages coming in. Instead of that, and we may need to cater to this in the software, instead of that, what I'm doing is I am taking the modules from Mutable Instruments. Mutable Instruments is Emily, I can never get the name right, and I apologize. The name is Emily Gillette. She makes amazing modules. The Mutables Instruments modules are legendary, and she has gotten out of the game. She no longer designs modules, but what she left in her legacy was all of her schematics and circuit board files. So you can go and buy the circuit board and build it yourself, which is what I did, and it was very frustrating because a lot of the problems that I was having were in my soldering, believe it or not. I had to go over things with a soldering iron, and it like fixed a bunch of stuff. But yeah, so you can do these yourself. And so now I have these designs that use a negative 10 volt reference in order to swing the plus minus 5 volt input to positive axis 0 to 3.3 volts. And since we're using an MCP 6004, this is a low voltage operational amplifier. It can only go up to 3.3 volts, and that keeps our nice, expensive, I think it was $6, expensive microcontroller safe. That's the name of the game, really. You want to keep that thing safe. So we've been taking these mutable instruments designs and we are applying them to our own design in order to make this module that I want to build. And it'll be high quality and it'll have a 32-bit microcontroller and we'll have all the fun and we'll get the ladies and people will respect us and fish will fear us. We'll have it all, finally. So last time what we did is we actually built one of the front panels, and then on Wednesday when I don't stream, I built a second one. And they are fundamentally the same. I think the cord one might use multiple outputs and combine them. We'll have to take a look at that when the time comes. But for the most part, I think I can design the same back panel for both of these, and those will be held on headers to the front panels. So I'm going to separate the front and back panel. I could maybe work with what's left on this board, what room I have to build stuff on here, but I think it'll be a little bit too compact and a little bit too much of a mess. I don't have MCP 6004s though. I don't have that chip. I don't have it in through-hole flavor. I have plenty in surface mount, and I could use one of those, but I think I want to reserve the surface mount on this project just for the interest in just keeping it super simple. I want to keep it super simple. I want a TL072, MCP 6002, and that's it. That's it. So what we're doing is we're looking through my parts right now to see if I've got anything that is remotely similar or compatible with the MCP 6004, and it's not looking good. I do not think I have anything. What was this one? CA3140. That's right. Did we just look this one up? CA3140. I think that we looked it up precisely when Code Rush raid. Oh, we were doing that in the other window. How many windows is going to take, Bother? You can't have all of them. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. Let's get rid of this. Let's just look at what this thing is. It's another single operational amplifier. These op amps came from when I worked at a lab in the University of Pennsylvania, and they were working on a non-invasive towards the end of the 2000s. The beginning of the 2000s. They were making a non-invasive frontal lobe monitoring probe. The thing about the way the brain works is that it always uses about the same amount of blood, but it's not always working the same amount in every lobe. So what it does is it constricts and dilates the structure, the vein structure, there's medical terms for all this stuff, in order to always use about the same amount of blood, but prioritize things that are being used. So if you sit down and you think really hard about boobs, the boob part of your brain is going to show more blood flow. And then sometimes it's just blood flow, so you're not actually using any of that precious oxygen or fuel or whatever. So you can also monitor oxygenation, blood flow and oxygenation. You can do that with 2 infrared frequencies that go through blood and guts and bone and stuff and bounce off of blood. I said through blood, and it's whatever. It's from an old Red Letter Media video. Jack talking about blood and guts and stuff. But anyway, these infrared frequencies go in and they bounce off of blood. So if you put something on the frontal lobe of the brain, well, that's the lobe that evolved last. So you can actually see when somebody is thinking hard about something. And that was a problem looking for a solution. And one of the solutions is lie detector test, because if you tell a lie, you're thinking about the truth at the same time and there's more blood flow and oxygenation. It's a little weird. It was a weird project. So it was really looking for something. And one of the things that they were looking for at the time of my involvement was the aha moment when your brain suddenly drops off the amount of work that it was doing because you solved a problem. And that's frontal lobe. That's the reasoning and problem solving and stuff. There was one bald guy at the lab, and so they hooked it up to his motor cortex and made him like move stuff. Not really hooked up. At the time, what it was is 2 big rubber pucks and wires coming out of it, and then they would wrap you in like sports bandage really, really tightly, and so you would have these 2 like indentations on your forehead after doing it. But I worked on bringing them into the surface mount world, and so I've got a lot of hardware left over from it. So all these op amps are old and they're instrumentation based. Low-cost brain scan. I guess one of the things the actual products that they built with it was a hemorrhage detector. So like you could tell whether or not somebody was having a little brain bleed. So that's out. What do you? I don't even know what the hell, this thing is like ceramic. I'm not even going to bother. But they've been working on that technology for a long time. There were a lot of very old, there was one of these old drives, and it was, I should have stolen the thing. It had this huge lever that would lock down the tapes or whatever. It wasn't really a tape. It was like a floppy drive. It was like a floppy disk drive, but huge. And it had this weird shape, but you would put the thing on the platter, close the platter, and then lock it in. It was so mechanical compared to what we had, you know, on consumer computers later on. So that's another 3140. Let's get that out of there. I'm really hoping that we stumble on an MCP 6004. I don't know when that chip was made, but there's another 3140. I guess they were using 3140s in the brain scanner, huh? Here's another one. Maxim. 485. So this is an RS485 decoder, I believe. So muxing wasn't as advanced, I guess, back then. They used a lot of max chips in order to switch the analog lines to something that was sensing analog. So they had things muxed, and it would sort of drop in on the channel and figure out what was going on. But you had to calibrate this thing. You can't turn off the brain. I mean, you can, but you're not turning it back on. So you can't really turn off the brain and get a baseline. So they had to have they had meditating and stuff like that. You would sit there and just wait for the operator to do all of these little adjustments. Later on, and because I think I told them about this, there are digital potentiometers, and so they made a circuit with digital potentiometers that would do all of the tuning. Now that really should be done in software, to be honest. All that tuning. Because you really don't want to degrade your data that early in the chain. Just seems like a weird weird approach. I don't know. It was so rudimentary. Instead of a MUX chip or anything like that, they used a Maxim chip that basically replicates the disconnect and reconnect of an actual switch. Which we actually used those chips in my keyboard for the QMK keyboard. Very strange stuff. Come on, MCP 6004. You have to exist. Maybe I just don't have it. Really? Another 3140? CA 3140? Man, if I could actually use this thing in something. What is this? MOSFET input stage, high impedance, wide common mode input. BiMOS operational amplifiers feature gate-protected MOSFETs transistors in the input circuit, provides very high input impedance, very low input current, and high-speed performance. 4 volts to 36 volts. These all start at 4 volts, and our internal workings are running on 3 volts, so this is not acceptable. That ain't gonna do it. If I was still on 5 volts, I probably could use it, but 5 volts is enough to hurt the RP2040, so we can't use any of that stuff. Who are you? It's another one. I have so many of these. Why do I have so many of these? They're all 3140s. I know the other one's tiny. Yeah, this is actually a microcontroller. Neat. Takes picture. Let's see. So there's 2 over here. What are these 2? If these are 3140s, I'm gonna flip out. I'm gonna go crazy. Oopsies. I keep going to the wrong scene. Sorry. There we go. Sort of inspection scene. LM394. Now we should be able to tell by the part number, right? The LMs and the whatever else's, but that's down to what the manufacturer designates those letters for. LM394. Ah, this is a very important chip, and I cannot lose this because this is a super nice... So what this thing is the way that they used to produce oscillations in instruments and just instrumentation. If you want a sine wave, you can use a supermatched pair of transistors in order to push-pull your voltages up and down in a predictable manner. I don't entirely understand how the circuit's working. I probably need to pull it apart, take a look. But the LM394 is the OG super matched pair of transistors. Pretty cool. But they're totally obsolete nowadays, I think. I don't know. And you can also just take two transistors and try to match them. It's just everything in electronics is statistics. So there are variations in all of your parts. They have tolerance percentages. I don't know why they're super obsolete. I think people just aren't using them anymore. The frequencies that are output by a super matched transistor pair doing a sine wave, the frequency will vary depending on temperature. So if you put your finger up against the chip, it will actually swing back and forth. When you have crystal oscillators, the same thing happens. If things get warm, the frequency changes a little bit, the physics change a little bit. The way you work with that is there are TCXO, temperature compensated oscillators, that you can put into stuff. And they're pretty common nowadays, but yeah, there's a way around everything. We've thought of that. Let's see. But these synthesizers are like, they're old, and some of the designs are very old, and so I need to source parts that are completely obsolete. So here they are. The Dave's Moog replica synth module, the M303, uses a quad super matched pair transistor, and it's actually a part that is for radio electronics. All right, so I think we're SOL in terms of finding, what the hell is that thing? Oh yeah, this is another super matched pair. Oh, this guy right here. This is a can flavored super matched pair. Should keep all these together. All right, so no dice on that. These are all 555s. We don't talk about those. I think that's it. I just don't have the MCP 6004. What we can do is, I have such low opinions of TLO72s that I'll put a TLO72 in there. Well, that'll just get confusing. It's either that or a socket, though. I think the sockets are in another bin, though. All right, we'll put a TLO72 and I'll put a mark on it, because I'll remove it and then replace it with the MCP 6004 when that comes in the mail. I can't dawdle any longer, and that package is not getting here. It'll probably be put in the mailbox, so it's not actually going to get here in time. When working with through-hole chips, there's one little maneuver that you need to know, and it's kind of difficult, and if you get it wrong, you can really harm your chip. These pins, the pins that are taking the voltage in and out of the epoxy package, are out of the absolute lowest common denominator materials. These are the lowest cost, barely meeting design parameters, right? They meet the design parameter at the lowest cost possible, and they barely do their job, right? They're totally adequate to do their job, but the thing about them is, you can bend them once. You can bend them once. After that, they're dead. They're done. They will break off. And I can maybe show you that if I can find a bad enough, like a chip that I really don't need or like or want. A 555. We'll show you that on a 555 timer, the most obsolete part in the world. And no, that's not a hot take. The 555 is incredibly obsolete. I don't want to do all the math and find parts that meet the specifications like exactly on the 555 timer, all so that I can make, what, a square wave? Stupid. You could put a microcontroller in there and set yourself up for more complicated projects. You know, Bobby's first 555 timer project might be an exercise in frustration, but we don't need it anymore. We don't need to do that. Just like I don't need to wind my own resistors. This is stupid. This thing is obsolete and it should be shunned and not revered. People have too high opinions of these stupid things. So anyway, bending off a pin. You get one bend, right? So I can, it attacked me. It just freaking attacked me, you saw. I can bend this out, right? If I'm doing something and I need it out of the way, I bend it out. So I can bend it out like that. Okay, cool, it's out of the way. Now I'm gonna bend it back. This one is old. It might actually be made out of slightly better metal than the other ones. They were always using terrible metal, but the metal's more terrible nowadays. Okay, all right, but I need to do this again. So I bend it back over. Okay, I'm done. I'm done working with it. So I just need to, oop, there, it fell off. So technically, most of the time you will get two bends, but really you get one. if you want to, because you're really playing with statistics at that point. You're really playing your odds. So to recap, the pins on through-hole electronics: 1 bend, 2 bend, 3, hold on, everything is bending wrong, 3, and then this one breaks off. You can actually solder the leg back, because technically what's going on inside of this package, I hate, my grubby hands are way too big on this. What's going on inside of the package is this pin continues over to the die, and there's a little square die in the middle, and then these kind of fan out. So you can get away with, and if you're in dire need, which my old job had it so that things would have broken off pins because they survived an explosion, what you can do is you can either play your odds at soldering directly to the little nubbin that's left over, or you can scrape above the metal. You can scrape away the epoxy and reveal a pad that is solderable, because the metal is solderable. So you would scrape that away and then solder directly to that. I've seen people solder directly to these, like putting a pin back in. Generally, like, you know, you'd want a wire or something like that. But if you have a real need for, you know, you can get around it. It's pretty cool. All right, anyway, let's put this 555 timer back in jail. Technically, I should throw it out. Belongs in a museum. These are the most obsolete chip. The most obsolete. Oh, wait, dog's barking. I gotta see if that's, that might actually be the MCP 6004s. Doesn't look like it. Maybe my dog can grab the package and bring it down here. I'll check the Amazon order page and see if they say it's delivered. We'll go all the way to this machine. Oh no, you guys might be able to see. Ooh, let's do that. This new setup with 3 monitors is ridiculous. It has helped me keep organized for the arriving February 6th, arriving today 4:30 to 8:30, so we're not going to be able to see that, unfortunately. Yeah, I'll have to swap it in on my own. Although, you know, I am streaming tomorrow, so we'll still probably be working on these things, because today's taken a little bit too much time to get down to brass tacks. Let's get to soldering, actually. So I will get rid of the distracting windows. We don't have any equivalent parts for the MCP 6004, so we will just follow our own design here. That's not it. Hold on, I'll close that. Close that, get organized, come on. And this I'm going to actually save. Does the 555 self-replicate? I swear I only ever bought 2. Now I'm finding more in bins. I swear, the more disdain that I have for a thing, the more it is capable of replication. It's amazing. This happens with like tools and stuff too. I have an itch right next to my... I had to put a big pad of Opsite Flux Fix on my glucose sensor pad, because when I put it over my shoulder, it like wrinkled, like all of the adhesive wrinkled up. The problem with Opsite Flux Fix is that you have one chance, and if you muck it up, because it's very thin, it's like a surgical dressing that you can put on stuff, and it's what they would do, like they paste it on big parts of the body and then cut through it, and that keeps bacteria from getting into surgery. But I use it to hold down my glucose sensor. This would be RP2040 VCOs. 8 socks. Wait, no. We had a successful sock run. There's a successful no missing socks. Where am I putting this? So I'm putting it in project. The project folder on the file server. I'm thinking about whether or not I want to move Node Red over to the file server, because having the Raspberry Pi and the file server seems kind of redundant. I think I need to move that stuff over. 555s and socks. This is weird. Stream, and then I don't think I have a modular synthesizer folder. Yeah, so new folder. I need to organize these project folders. I need to like archive stuff. Mod synth, and then RP20. I swear I had a folder for these. Oh, there it is. Mod Synth. Okay, so let's get it out of... No, wait, that was the one I just made. That was the one I just made. Hold on. In the base project folders, there Mod Synth? No. Okay. 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 Stream projects. Mod Synth, which I just made. Save that. I should probably put together like an image that has all the circuits for, like, you know, CV to 3-volt microcontroller, CV to 5-volt microcontroller, mix of CVs, you know, stuff like that. Those functional blocks that are used in a lot of these things. Okay, so this is the RP2040's connection to everything. We have 2 potentiometers. We have 2 CV inputs that need to go to the micro through some circuitry. So that would be the TL072. The MCP is on 1 output. I want to take a look at the chord VCO, the one that does chord VCO. There we go. I just want to look at that schematic real quick. Look at you. Go to English. Otherwise, I'll be completely out of sorts. $9. This thing has a lot of LEDs on it, actually. It's got the big RGB LED. It has 2 LEDs over here, too. One is a 3-color LED, and the other one's just, I forget which color that one is. But, like, man, that's a lot of LEDs. Hajiwo loves chord. There's several modules that can play chord, but compared to all VCO modules, the number is small. Cool, 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 cool. Let's see that schematic. Let's see that schematic. Oh, look at how Hajiwo does it. So it looks like all of the front panel. Oh, the front panel is a circuit board. I see. So that's how they get their signature look. 11,000 yen. 1,100 yen. Scroll, scroll, scroll. Give me that schematic. There it is. There he is. What is happening here? So we have our volt per octave coming into one of these Schottky things, but then we have IWCV is coming in and going. I love this TL07 volts. We'll have to get that out. There's a mode switch right there. I need to get the switches. My switches are DPDTs, and I really need to get that SPDT. Actually, before I forget, I'm going to order that right now. I'm going to order that right now. Amazon.com. SPDT. Bada bing. What color do we want them to be? I want them to be red. I already purchased this. Well, I'm out of them. $7. $7, little man. Put that shit in my hand. How many are these? 3 terminal. I'm gonna get 2. How many switches am I getting? 3 terminal. That doesn't seem right. 3 pin on. Well, it shows 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I guess I'm getting 12. All right, cool. Place my order. Cool, I've got those now. That's just the part that I've been meaning to get for quite some time. So what is all this extra stuff? It's a CV in, but then it goes to INV. What are we doing with these op amps? We're adding voltages together, but this comes from like a baseline, and then what are we doing? This unity gain from an adjustment. So an adjustment goes into unity gain inverting from 5 volts to ground. So whatever voltage this is at, it's going to be at the opposite. And then 10K, and then we're adding it in here. So if we have another CV coming in, it'll mix with that. And I guess when it's unplugged, the knob is giving you the setting. Okay, so that's how that's done. Then we have our inverting amplifier with a 10K, but that's, and then this one's 1010. And then we're voltage dividing it and filtering it. And we're doing one of these little Schottky diode jim jams. That should take on a slightly different form. And I think, so I'm going to have to take this schematic. And I'll put that in here. Because that changes the way that we're doing things slightly. I need one more piece of this circuitry. And that one more piece can come from over here. This is, Marbles is digital control. So actually it's going to come from the analog, well, the CV mixing of, did we close the mutable instruments stuff? You guys don't have to answer that question. You don't have to answer that question. I did close the mutable stuff. So I'm gonna go back to mutables, and we're gonna take from blinds, and we're gonna take everything. What the hell's going on here? That's not what I'm looking for. Did we do anything with blinds? Is definitely not what we're looking for. That was the wrong thing. Braids? Which one was it? Hold on. Just go back. Just go back a little bit and look. Grids, braids. It's braids. Braids. Open source. Schematics. 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 I probably have another window open. Just say, order me 10 of blah blah. Yeah, because that totally would be something that I would love to get in the mail, is whatever the hell an AI decided to get me. Two different styles here. What's going on? This one has a negative 10 volt scaling into the regular thing. That seems pretty familiar to the circuit. Damn it, where did it go? Oh, I already had braids right there. What is wrong with me? My brain no good no more. So yeah, these are all doing the same thing. They've got this negative 10 reference. This one has it in a slightly different configuration. There's still 10K, but we've got 10K swinging between input and, and then the CV input's going through it. Or, oh, I think those are my MCP 6004s. All right, I'll be back in a sec. I gotta go get that. Shut up. No, overlays, overlays, BRB. All right, I'll be back in a sec. I'm gonna go see the, I think that was my delivery. Actually, let me check. I'll check on here. It still says now arriving today, but I have a feeling, you know, I actually don't know. That could have been just the regular mail. So I'll stick around with you guys. I won't bother to force this one. Okay, let's look at the circuit again. Let's keep looking at the circuit. I'm waiting until I get the digital notification that the package has been delivered. And in all likelihood, it's probably going into the mailbox. But why is there a difference between, why are we using two different chips? Oh, because this one interfaces with the, this one only goes to 3 volts, this one's a 12 volts. We're taking the 12 volt and we're scaling it down and feeding it into the 3 volt, and then we're biasing it based on the analog reference. This seems to move our bias from end to end. So if we put it all the way to ground, we're not going to be listening to this at all. But if we put it all the way to negative 10 volts, then it's going to scale out on its offset. So, are we doing that here? What are we doing here? What we're doing, not here, the other one. So this is adding it to that line, which is the same thing that's happening here. Here's where like copyright and circuit design and stuff like that comes into play. If you've been around schematics as much as I have, you get to know sort of where people are using a reference design or where they're putting their own numbers into stuff. And it seems like, you know, Hajiwo likes 10K. Hajiwo likes even numbers, and mutables are like tuned with these very specific values, like 24.9. Kind of interesting. Like, why 24.9, 24.9? And the specific value, I mean, 24, 24, 24, right? So they're the same value. Maybe they're just in there because it's just very precise. Like, yeah, the input, we're summing it basically. This one's doing it after the first stage of de-amplification, I guess you could call it. 124 and then 24, 24. So this is actually unity, except that this gets more bias. It's more preference to the negative 10 volt coming in, because that's 120K. No, less. less bias. 120 versus 24. What am I talking about? That one's coming in through a 100K. So this, instead of doing this here, this is moved over to here. I'm pointing with the window. It's moved over here. We have a swing from 5 volts to 0. Maybe that's why it's coming in over here, because this would be plus minus 5 volts. So if it's 5 volts and you get minus 5 volts, you know. And then swing it in, tune it, unamplify, 1010, that's unity. This one's 1010, 1010. I think we could use this. I think we could use this. And I think this is just redrawn. No, it's different. This one's taking the input and it's scaling it from end to end. And one end would be amplification, the other one would be what, feedback? But then this is knocking it down. But it's fixed. No, it's not fixed. It has another adjustment on it. Oh, it's 2 adjustments. What do we... All right, so I guess we're going with this one. This one also uses the negative 10 reference instead of 5 volts. I don't know what that's going to mean. I think it might just take a better, a wider adjustment or something. So let's get this circuit. We'll use this one. And we can copy these circuits because well, first of all, because I'm not profiting off of this, but also because they work with a 3 volt microcontroller. They work with a 3 volt microcontroller, so we won't blow up our microcontroller with these circuits. And these have been poured over a little bit more. I think Haji was making a good circuit. It just seems like they're done quickly and they're done cheaply. We're saving ourselves on an entire op amp with this one. But yeah, this will be our inverting input. So this goes into our paint schematic and feeds that right there. And it uses the negative 10 input. And let's actually get one of those negative 10 circuits so that we have all of our notes in one place. Show me your negative 10. Where have you hid it from me? There we go. We'll take the ARF negative 10. It's this one. And Schnippy. I'm probably going to have to buy more of these negative 10 references. I've only got like 3 or 4 of them left. There we go. Save that. So that's both of the VCOs now. We know what we're doing. Whew, okay. Now for soldering. I don't have a good idea of how to lay out these boards, but we'll get started and we'll just see what we run into here. We'll do an overall layout and then we'll refine it down to the stuff that I need to connect where. And we should figure out how these things are connecting together. I can probably fit one of these circuit boards in the vise, so that'll help us work on it. It'll help hold it while I work on it. Just like so. I mean, I think this is probably going to be what the layout pretty much looks like. I want to give a little bit of, well, I don't need that much space around the power connector. I'll give a little bit. And I don't know how much like protection I want to put on this thing. This has a keyed connector. It should be okay. I could put Schottky diodes on the outputs though. It seems like a lot of these producers of modular synthesizers do that. So we need to think about power real quick. Hold on. There we go. I mean, the way mutables does power is perfectly fine. You bring it into most of these people do the same thing, which is bring it into an LM117 first in order to make your 3 volts, and then regular power just gets a bunch of capacitors on it in order to make it clean. I don't know if mutables notes down anything about using diodes, because sometimes we'll put diodes in the path, because people like to plug these things in upside down. They really seem to have a propensity to do so. And so you put diodes on the 2 signal lines to make sure things are flowing in the appropriate direction. So let's go ahead and I'm just going to steal this block to remind myself of what to do. Snippy, there it is. Snippy clippy, give me this. And let's skibbity it into this toilet right here. Not blocking anything. I can block some stuff. Okay. That, and then I want to grab the LM117 just so that I have it in front of me. Like I said earlier, I should probably put this all into notes, have like a notes file that have common structures. Because you really are like, the uniqueness in electronics design is an interesting topic, because much of the time, what engineers will do is like, oh, I need a chip that does X, and so they'll look up that chip, and then they'll hook that system up to another system, and maybe in between, oh, it's a little noisy, let me put a capacitor here, right? That's typically how these designs go together. But when you look down, when you get down into the nitty-gritty of the specifics of the design, why is this resistor here? Why is this capacitor here? Usually, at least with digital design, what ends up happening is they will look up this chip, and they will look up the data sheet, and they will find a schematic in the data sheet that says typical application use. Here's how you use this chip, and they will just copy that directly. There's not a lot of freedom of design when you get down to that scale. In analog, though, all bets are off. Everything is crazy, and you have to do a lot more calculating. And if you tell 2 engineers to solve a problem, they will do it in 2 wildly different ways. And so you start seeing copied work, and you see like similarities in the designs and stuff, and the values of components and things like that. But yeah, much like programming, we're just going through and we're finding something that does the task that we need it to do, and copying that and stapling it together with the rest of our components in order to produce something maybe unique, but also, that does what we want it to do using tools that we know work. It's a whole thing. All this just to replicate a Hajiwo design, all because I didn't want to use these diodes here. I wanted to use the more refined mutables instruments ins and outs. Man, I could build these on little circuit boards and just use them as like building blocks of a digital synthesizer, and then I could make my radiation sensing module and stuff. It probably already exists. Okay, so December 5th, 2022. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. This guy's making good circuits. I really like his stuff. So yeah, we've got our input, and then we've got capacitors on it. I want to add diodes. So that's our first stop, is finding the diodes that I need. I have a bunch of the diodes. I've built the Mutable Instruments devices. I don't know what their specific flavor of diode is, but let's see if we can find those shotkeys. I have plenty. Plenty of diodes, and they're tiny and they're surface mount. So let's lock it in. This is basically going to be the structure. I'm going to have both of the op amps sitting here. I will have the RP2040 towards the bottom, but sitting... Ooh, it's 2 holes on one side and 1 on the other. It's that whole conundrum. So I will have to just make an executive decision, and then we're going to use wrap wire, of course, to build the whole thing. So let's get the power socket in, and then I can worry about my plus minus 12 volt lines, and that'll help influence where my op amps go. Oh, this one too? It doesn't sit in the middle. Oh, that is so frustrating. I could do it like that, but I think that's going to block too much. But I do need a little bit of room to do my power stuff. Maybe I will do that. Do it that way, and then put this here. Do I have room for the op amp circuits? I think so. The op amp area is going to be very space restrictive. We'll have to work with it though. And all the other components are going to be surface mount on this. I'll just do surface mount. And this gives me room for a power section. I don't need that much room for a power section. So if that's like that... Okay, so let's solder that in just so I don't have to keep making this decision. I don't have to keep doing it. Inspiration. Okay, nub goes towards the circuit, the rest of the circuit. And this is all the way down at the bottom. So if my power cord is like this, and the nub is this way, that's going to get in the way of the rail that's going to be right there. So I'm actually going to do it this way, inverted from the X4046. How do you do it? You do it the same way. Nub towards the rest of everything. Maybe these are what's backwards, because like this makes it hard to get into the to the rack, because this goes all the way up to the edge. I'd rather have it droop down like that. Maybe these are what's different. My connectors are what's wrong. All right, I'm going to do it the same way since both of my sample size does it the one way. This one goes in towards the rest of the circuit, but it's off to the side. I got to get this one working. I think that one does work. I just haven't vetted it out. I haven't gone through and like really tested it. All right, so we'll do nubble in towards the rest of the circuit. Actually, there's room here, so why don't I do it my way still? Nub away. Actually, no. Nub towards. No. I can't keep making these decisions. All right, let's get that soldered in. So I'll remove all this stuff. Actual soldering on the stream where I said I'd solder. Instead of just infinite ducks in a row. I like getting all my ducks in a row, chat. You guys know that. That's why you're here. I just don't want to have chaos when I'm trying to build a circuit. If I'm building a circuit, I want my parts to be here. I want all my, my plan to be sound. All right, solder. I guess I'll use the small solder for this. I have two sizes. I forget what they are. They're in my order history. But the small one, oh, hey. One doubt, excuse me. I have one doubt, please. Sorry, I didn't, I forgot to pop out YouTube chat. Hold on one sec. What are you doubting? Because we've done a lot and I don't know when those rolled in. Sorry if you've left already. I'm mainly paying attention to Twitch chat. I just forgot to open up and pop out my thing. It's something about the Social Stream Ninja to put comments up on the page. Where there's, okay, let's do that. Let's refresh. I keep forgetting to do this. I need to automate it just so I don't. The problem is it requires me clicking on the current live stream because the address for the live stream changes for the pop-out chat. Mute that, get rid of that window. Okay, there we go. So now, hold on. There it is. It doesn't even give timestamps? Yeah, sorry about that. Here are the messages that I got, but I have no idea when they came in. One doubt, excuse me, I have one doubt, please. Sorry. Sarub? I don't know what to do with those letters, but yeah, if you're still around, let me know what you're doubting. Okay, so this one, there we go. Boy, oh boy. Just total madness while streaming multiple channels. Miguel Oz! 46 months! Dude, thank you so much. A whole washing machine of 555s appears. Oh, did my chat not scroll? What's going on here? I'm missing chats. Wait, what the hell? Did my social thing like freeze? What the heck is going on here? Code Rush saying thanks. Then no, I'm up to date. I just haven't been responsible in reading. 555 needs SCP designation at this point. A whole washing machine full of 555s appears at the end of the wash. Yeah, I didn't understand what people were saying then, and I just kind of like glazed over it. We need to move back a little bit. This is too close. I mean, this will help me display proper soldering technique, and actually technically soldering this thing, since this thing is a header, it is literally just a piece of plastic. It's a piece of slightly but not really thermoplastic. It actually, no, it's not thermoplastic. This thing caves to the soldering iron almost immediately. You got to avoid touching this thing with the iron because it will melt it, which is funny because what you're doing is you are melting the metal directly to a piece of metal that is in contact with the soldering iron. So what you need to do is think about dissipating heat. Now with this one, if I solder it fast enough, that's not going to be a huge consideration here. But in order to be nice, in order to not melt these things, because if you're beginning soldering, you are not going to be as quick and you're not going to really be as confident as when you are intermediate or expert like me. In order to mitigate the amount of heat that is going into this socket, it is prudent to plug a cable into it. That way, if things get soft enough that these pins are going to want to move around, this will keep it in place. So what I do is I plug in the wire, plug in the socket, and now I'm ready to go. I do the same thing with pin headers. One anchor pin, then reposition. So if you really need to, what you can do is you can hold on to it like this and use your thumb to press it flat against the board and then resolder that pin. Put it in the freezer for an hour, put it out to solder everything before it cools off. Yeah, that's a keeper. All right, anyway. So anyway, soldering headers, you plug something into it, typically. You can get away with not doing that, but it's a good practice to do that. And if you've got something like a big female header, this can help you solder those individuals. If you're making something like a breakout board, you can use solderless bread. Where's my solderless breadboard? You can use solderless breadboard in order to hold everything still while you work. Here we go. Reach over to get this thing. You can just plug it in like that and then solder the pins. So, soldering technique. I mean, if you've stuck around this long on my stream, you guys probably already know how to solder. I think we've probably weeded out the people who are looking for very basic techniques, which begs the doesn't really beg the question. There's no question. It makes me feel like I need to do a like a basics stream where I go over all this stuff at the very lowest level in order to get people interested and whatever. Anyway, the point is we've got our thing anchored. It's flat against the board. We've got something plugged into it to keep heat from getting into it. I use a miniature precision vise in order to hold things still. You can get an extremely wide variety of different circuit board holding devices. You could also just tape the board to the desk in order to hold it still. I like my vices. It allows me a little bit of lifting. I can work like this and get close and steady my hands by putting them on something. But you know, whatever works for you, you'll have to try a lot of different things if you want to learn how to solder really well. The thin gauge solder is not necessary, but since I work with surface mount a lot of the time, it kind of neatens things up. I'm able to work with surface mount on normal standard gauge solder, to me anyway. This stuff is, oh boy, I lost all the numbers. Well, I'll have to look it up on Amazon. But, well, actually I could do this. .02 millimeter. And then this stuff is 0.015. So it's 1.5, and then this one I think is 2.5, yeah, 0.025. So those are the two sizes. This is the stuff that you'll be able to do both surface mount and through hole with without it being frustrating. This stuff likes to break under its own tension, but it helps me be really neat. But I'll have to use more of it for these. It's about to break right there. I decided to get smaller stuff because I was sick of my circuits looking like giant heaving blobs of solder. So I have a microscope. The microscope I have is because we do a lot of very advanced electronics here, and we need to look at it close, and I need the visuals to be like really nice. You may not need to have a microscope to do this kind of soldering, right? One of the best tools that I found is also something that is going through the crocheting circuit. Oops, well, that thing fell. That was a VU meter. We should build one of those into the... Where did the other lens go? Wait a minute. Oh, it's right there. Okay. This thing has been doing rounds on the needlepoint. There we go. That's what I was looking for. The needlepoint circuit. People know about this thing. I got it on an Amazon deal. What it is a little piece of glasses that it's basically a magnifying headgear. You know that thing that all of the electrical engineers had in Hollywood going back, which is that big plastic visor that comes down? I don't really like that thing. For a while, I was using a jeweler's loop and just holding that or putting that like in my eye, and a headlamp. Well, this thing is both of those, and it's cheaper. So this is really cool. I mean, it's got a light on it with different brightnesses, and it's rechargeable. I don't know what it's called. There's probably 1,001 manufacturers of it, and it looks really, actually I gotta take off my glasses, it looks really cool. You look really badass with this thing on. I mean, it's amazing how just awesome you look wearing this thing. It's great. It's totally awesome. Anyway, this thing is actually very good. With a headlamp also, that'll illuminate the thing you're working on very nicely. But it allows you to get in there and really see what's going on with these horrible cheap lenses. Yeah, what is it to you? But yeah, I don't know what it's called. I forget. I got it on a deal day, and then later on I found out that people love it for needlepoint. We use a webcam because this is a web show. So I use a webcam that I modified. I put it in a different container. It is a Logitech C920, so we get all the quality and frame rate of the regular stream cameras. It is then adapted from a C-mount lens to a Nikon lens, and that gives me this incredible standoff distance. But this was a happy accident. Rabnif, what are you doing, Rabnif? Been a minute. Hope you and yours are well, oh bother. Thank you, Rabnif. That's a tier 1 for 11 months. Hey, I really appreciate that. Yeah, no, I've been good, man. We got a dog. I've been taking the dog for walks. That's been kind of making me touch grass a little bit more often than I was. I don't think I'm losing weight yet, though, but I'm feeling a little better about life, so. Lab video. Nah. I should do one, but it's, I don't know. Graduated from college doing some software for an American insurance company. Hell yeah, brother. Be part of the toxic insurance industry. No, I'm glad you worked things out, man. That's awesome. So anyway, my super duper microscope setup is like way too much for basic soldering, right? To build this circuit, we don't need it. But to broadcast building this circuit and making it look cool and interesting, yeah, we'll use it. What software do the RP2040 VCOs run? I do not know. I'm following Haji Wo, who is a YouTuber who y'all should follow because we're getting all of our data from them. Haji Wo has a bunch of, I guess this is like a social media site, Note, like a social note site or whatever. But Haji Wo, which there's the channel, Hagiwo, and I think it might be his software. I'm not totally certain about that. Arduino IDE 2.01. Been using Arduino IDE 1 version, but this time I use version 2.0 for the first time. Compilation is faster and easier to use. However, there's notable disadvantages such as the serial plotter becoming less user-friendly. Automatic formatting causes the table layout to collapse. There's no particular problems with the MCU. Volt per oct quantization. Oh boy, quantizing is going to be annoying. Music theory has a correlation with mathematics, so converting volt to oct to note. So that's how he's doing it. It's his software. Here's the source code. And then oscillators. Yeah. Freezes if you run it under overload or create an infinite loop problem. Oh yeah, that's normal. Hold down the boot button. Yeah, so that's what we're doing with the code. I mean, we're just running their code. But Hajiwo has what looks like some pretty good code here. There's a lot of stuff in it. I don't, you know, this is it. I don't know where he derived it from or not. Or if they have just like a galaxy brain that they're drawing upon. And Hajiwo has made 52 modules, so these dudes are on another level, man. Okay, so back to soldering. How do I solder? How does solder? So in order to solder, what you're doing is you're trying to heat up both the pin and the pad. Namely, you want to heat up that pin, and once you start adding solder to the pin, that will bring with it flux. Rosin core solder has little bits of flux in it. Can't really show you it because the microscope does not get to that. Well, it does get to that scale, but I'm not about to show it to you because it's going to be really annoying to set up. But the way that I do it is with a tip sized to the work that we're doing. I'm going to come in here from an angle, and I'm going to press up against the pin and the pad, and I'm going to heat the pin and the pad before any solder touches it. Now this can be an excruciating process right here. You see how long this is taking? So ways to speed that up. In order to speed up this reaction and not totally make this into a plastic melting pin, what I'll do is I'll start with a little bit of solder right next to the iron. And what that does is that heats up, that allows the solder to act, the solder and the rosin, the solder and the flux, because the flux coats the joint and keeps it clean and holds heat in. So you need to have that flux, but you don't have any of the flux in order to get the solder, and the solder and the flux catch 22. So what I do is I just tap it right next to the soldering iron, and that way, when the pad starts getting up to temperature, we will be applying it directly to the pad, but then we have that little bit of solder in there as an interface, as a heat transfer interface. So while they tell you to put the iron up against stuff like this, it's excruciating and annoying. I pop a little bit of solder under it, and then I proceed to flood it with solder. Now, how much is the appropriate amount? You want to make it look like basically water sticking to stuff. You know, when water flows between two different objects, it has kind of that wet look to it, and that's what we're looking for here. We want to make sure that there isn't any like tiny breaks between the pad and the pin. And generally, if you're using rosin core solder, you should be able to achieve joints like this at the appropriate temperature all day, every day. And it's the easiest thing in the world. Sometimes things go wrong, and you may want to look up what that looks like. I don't have good examples of that. There are, you know, you can have microscopic cracks. You can have the solder become a ball sitting above the pad. You want it to coat the pad and coat the pin as if it were water. There's still flux on here, but I'm not going to clean it off for a long time, or ever. You can usually tell when things are hand soldered because there's a lot of flux sitting around the board, especially on these things where they have machines build the surface mount parts, and then people come in and solder in the through-hole stuff with an iron, and you can see all this information, like all this leftover flux sitting all over the place. But yeah, anyway, that's a basic soldering tutorial. So now I need my diodes. So we're going to be working with surface mount parts on this. Surface mount is so much easier than through hole. Surface mount, you basically use tweezers to shuffle the part in, solder down one pad, and then solder down the other one. Bob's your uncle. You guys know that? You have an Uncle Bob. And we didn't want to tell you like this, but you would have found out eventually. All right, so I need those diodes. So where are those diodes? Those were a recent order. Those are all connectors. I use these bins. The bins have a branding on them that says when tie, but if you want to find them, just look for surface mount bin, and they're configurable. They all snap into each other. If you drop one of these, you are in for the worst game of tweezer pickup off of the ground. I should have Schottky diode in one of these. Quad DI, weird. Optos, solid ISO, Digipot, Max 308. Nope. What was that? Something just fell. That was a switch that fell like yesterday. Those are all op amps. 10K, 1K. I do like the propensity of Hajiwo to use 10Ks. Those are like very common parts. Here are my F beads. 4148. Looks like I got a bunch of 4148s. Is that the right thing to use? I want to put this over here. Oh, there's also... Oh yeah, here we go. Here are the Schottky diodes. Here are just Schottky diodes. I have 3. 1N5819. I think that's what I should be using. But the 4148, I don't want it to get warm. I don't know what circuits I've used them in. Yeah, let's use the 5819s. All right, so surface mount diodes. It's just a little box with 2 pins on it. The fun ones are the ones that are Schottky diode, or the diodes, the fun diodes are with the surface mount. The fun surface mount diodes are the ones where they just have that glass can and then a pad on either side of the glass can, and it's barrel shaped, so it rolls away from you while you're working with it. Those are fairly old. Most of them have gone to this epoxy style, and there are plenty of sizes. These happen to be the smallest size possible, which is obnoxious because Emily Gillette, I don't know how to pronounce her last name, loves to work in the smallest available size of component, and it kills me because these are so impossible to build. The mutable instruments modules are awesome, but yeah, boy howdy, soldering these was obnoxious. I'm sitting there like, man, I have two thumbs. Usually I'm much more graceful when I'm soldering stuff. Is it just me? Am I getting old? No, it's that everything looks like it's normal 0805 sized surface mount stuff, but it's actually incredibly small. It's 0603. Obnoxious. There you go. Okay, so stripe side down here is -12. This one is +12. And the way that these pins are laid out, where's that picture? There's a picture, I think it was on here maybe. Maybe not. I think he lays it out somewhere. On the modular synthesizers, what you have is a +12, a -12, and a ground. And they are laid out as such with the connector to always be the same on all the modules. So, modular synthesizer power. All of these, and well, there's two standards. There's the 12 pin and the 10 pin. And the 12 pin adds a couple things like 5 volts and a couple of internal routing signals that aren't really used. They're not really used for anything. Where is that? There's got to be like a pinout picture. Pinout. I'm thinking of moving one of the power rails from one of my enclosures to the other one. I think I don't need as many plugs as are given. Yeah, so these gate CV are not used for anything, but plus 5 volts is also a little controversial. I built 5 volt into the case, but I don't use it. We're just going to use positive and negative 12 volts. The 10 pin connector is sort of the 16. I got the number wrong. But yeah, the 10 pin connector is sort of the standard. So we'll be hooking this up to the rest of the circuit and peeling our 3 volts out of that with a voltage regulator. So plus 12 volts is on the opposite of the stripe end. So the stripe is -12, which means our diode is going to be facing into it. If you look at the diode symbol, you have the arrow pointing into a block. And so that is the direction that current wants to flow through the diode. Oops, there we go. So I will be doing the stripe towards the stripe. Since we already have that pin soldered, and this is our first stop before any capacitors or anything, this is just protecting me from being dumb. This is actually, these two diodes are doing the same job as the shroud for the connector. And, you know, if something goes really horribly wrong, we know the current will not be able to flow, sort of. Schottkys are actually, they transmit at a very low voltage. They require very low voltage in order to function. And that means that the voltage drop after the diode is very, very small. Usually 90% of the diodes out there, you're looking at a 0.7 of a volt drop. Schottkys can do much less than that. They basically conduct very, very easily and quickly, and don't hurt the voltage on the line much. Now, in terms of current, well, they'll allow all of it. They allow all the current to get through. And so you want to be careful about that, and that can typically lead to your diodes popping, as if it's allowed to flow maximum. That's why you need a resistor on an LED. You have to limit the amount of current that can flow in that circuit so that you don't overwhelm the silicon of the diode. There are high power diodes, and they're big chunky things, but yeah. Now, since we are a digital module that's only outputting like voltages as signals to stuff and audio, we're generally low current. The RP2040 is generally relatively low current. Depends on how hard it's working, but it's nothing that this stuff can't handle. The concern with using such small components. This is 0.1 inch perforated prototyping board, or perf board. This is not breadboard, and I always get that wrong in my brain. Breadboard is the thing that you don't have to solder on, and it comes from terminology that originated when people were actually taking cutting boards and attaching their electronics to it. This is perforated prototyping board. This has 0.1 inch, 0.1 of an inch spaced holes on it, and it is the pretty much de facto standard for electronics design on this level. This stream made me realize the use of resistors as current limiting devices. You didn't know that? Yeah, they're great. Limit the amount of current, because V equals IR. So you're working with the R on that one. Take the R, Chester. Okay, so this is sort of surface mount on a through-hole prototyping board. We are just going to use that 0.1 inch space as gaps. So now we have plus minus 12 volts, and this is all ground. When we get to wiring, I'll actually connect these to one another. I don't really need to make these into a big block of ground. We can just take ground from one end. But the next thing that we need to do is make our 3.3 volts. And any of our 12 volt circuits are going to hook up in this area. So we can move a little bit over. Probably, well, which one's negative 12? That one. Did I? Chat. Why did I do that? Chat. I should have put this one pin over, because then we would have had room here, but I put it at the negative. I am burdened with a stupidity that not many people need know. We'll keep working with it like this, although optimally it should have been, I guessed, and I guessed wrong. Oh, loads and voltage drops. Yeah. Well, because the diode will allow all the current to go through, and then its internal resistance causes it to heat up and explode. So, LM117, where are you? My sweet. I probably could have fit a capacitor on that, too. Omnipod at Mega. Did we run into the LM117 over here? Not on this one. LM11111117. Oh, these are all the op amps that I have. I have the MCP 6004 in through-hole, or sorry, in surface mount flavor, but I don't want to do, I have tricks for putting surface mount on stuff like this. I figure I'm just going to do a through-hole for these Hajiwo designs. Hajiwo. Every time I think of starting a project on proto board, I have to stop myself and decide if I'd rather spend $6 to get it professionally done in China. Usually it's a yes, and I love doing the board design. Yeah, me too. Me too. Yeah, those of you out there, like, perforated prototyping board is an essential part of building electronics, but given the modern global village and economy of scale, it turns out many of our techniques of prototyping things can be thrown in the garbage because if you've got a good parts library in your CAD program and you're able to throw down all the components quickly, you can just dial up a circuit board and MS Paint that into fruition and have it sent to a board house for a couple dollars. And they'll put everyone's designs together and build them all at the same time and make a profit. Probably not huge margins on that, but they'll make a profit off of it. So this whole step of prototyping stuff like this, I don't need to do this. I could literally throw these parts into CAD and make this. But part of the charm of the stream is the soldering and building stuff, and so we're doing the older technique of building stuff on perforated prototyping board because I don't need to involve any external stuff in order to put this thing together. I made the panel myself. I attached this thing with all the panel mount things, and we were able to get that onto the thing. Like, yeah, it's a weird world we live in where our technology is like being undercut. It's fun to solder together something every now and then, you know, instead of just building a circuit board for every single purpose. It would be a much cleaner design if I did do my own circuit board, because then it would be all the way up to the top here, and the components would all you know, have room to breathe. But we decided to do this way. And oh hell no, I'm not going to sit here and tell you guys that it's much better to do it either way, right? It's much cleaner to make a circuit board though. LD 0.8, that's adjustable. 5 volt. I used to do stuff in 5 volt. I don't really do that anymore though. 1117, 3.3 volt. I'm kind of running out of these. Do I have any alternatives? LP something or other? Holy shit, that's got 4 legs on it. No way. That's 1 amp, 3.3 volt. 2.5. Shunt amp. So yeah, we want, I guess we do want the LM117. 1117, sorry. JLC PCB is doing 5 PCB samples for $2. What the hell? Man, the margins have got to be narrow on that stuff, huh? Even have the parts on the board too is becoming so cheap that yeah, I guess building your own competent parts library is the trick. And once you have that, you can just jump in and design and order, and then you got to wait a little bit, but sometimes it doesn't even take that long. I should try to get Streamer Boy privilege on making PCBs from a company. Copper, it's not low-cost labor that's doing it. What it is a machine that's able to have panelized circuit boards and do the entire process of etching and like all the routing, all the etching and everything. It's just literally an end-to-end process in this machine. You just put FR4 on one end and a bunch of people's circuit boards jump out on the other side. Yeah, JLC PCB lines are 98% automated. Exactly. And panelization is what makes that work, is that, you know, typically you would do a circuit board run. It would be really expensive because you have to run an entire panel. But if you take a bunch of different designs and put it on there, and then the prevalence of the electronics hobby getting actually popular, which is a beautiful thing, and I love that, there are a lot of people now making PCBs. And so you're able to send it off to a house. They're able to make this big panel fairly quickly and mostly automated, and then get your stuff out to you very, very quickly. So, I mean, I guess low-cost labor, but not really. It's more economy of scale. Okay, AMS 1117. I need to know the pin out. It's probably in ground out, but we just need to make sure about that. AMS 1117. Oop. Nope, 17. There we go. I mean, the RP2040 probably has its own regulator in it because it does get 5 volts. We don't know what's under that can. Let me look up the RP2040 pinout. The flexible PCBs are very expensive. And I think there was one place that had flexi PCB capabilities. I don't know what that's like. I don't know how expensive that is. Oh, so we're actually looking up the, what is this thing called? Zio. Seed Zio RP2040. I need like a pinout, man. There it is. That's not a pinout. I like Seed Studio. I use their board house. Seed Studio has a board house and they make very nice circuit boards. I've used a couple other board houses. Some of them have slightly more clear silk screen. The silk screen being the top layer of the PCB that tells you what things are there, the white ink. Theirs is a little bit blurry, but they make a lot of really cool products, and they have this board house that I've been using for many, many years. I really like their stuff. I like to support them. Power LED, user LED, RGB LED. There's a lot of these. Where's like a pinout? Let's look up a pinout. I want the Paul Stoffrigan style diagram. Yeah, look at this. Wiki.seed studio. Okay, so there are pins. We've got a 5-volt pin and a 3-volt pin. And I guess that's probably a 3-volt out or in Do I need to do something like sever a pin in order to like sever a jumper? Ground V in. And those are USB contacts. Hold on, sorry, hold it still. VCC ground and V3. And then there's also a V in and a ground. If I were to solder this directly down onto the perforated prototyping board, I would have to put down a little Kapton tape in order to keep these pins from shorting out, which I think I want to do. I think I want to do that. Just because it's fun. Just because it's cool. And I don't want to have another header on this thing. So 3v3, I'm guessing if we do 3v3 into that pin, it'll power the board. Let's get confirmation of that. I don't want to have to make, because otherwise I'll put a 5-volt regulator in there, and then the MCP 6004 is still going to need 3 volts. But this thing might be able to provide 3 volts. Working voltage of the MCU is 3.3 volts. Voltage input connected to general I/O pins may cause chip damage if it goes higher. 3v3 seems more like the output from a 3v3 reg on the board. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. But I guess I can just bypass it. That's usually how it is. But I would need, if I provide 3v3 into this pin, can I power the rest of the board? That's the question. And they'll probably say in the documentation. You have to enter bootloader mode? That's annoying. But I want to power this whole circuit on 3v3. I don't want to do anything with 5 volts. Schematic online viewer. Well, too bad that doesn't work. There we go. All right, where's my 3v? Okay, how do I? There we go. Oh, they've even got the 3D view in here. Whoa! 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 Man, I love open source hardware. Oh, look, they made those pins just by having them hang over on the end. That's cool. Very, very cool. The RP2040 goes there, something like that. And they put a can around it too. Right top. So yeah, there's V-bus and a diode on it. If we put 3v3 here, it should just function. It'd be nice if there was some kind of recommendation based on that, but it looks like, because when we plug in USB, this regulator is just going to try to keep everything at 3 volts. And I guess that'll power the rest of the circuit. What about RS3236? RS3236, 3.3 volt. RS3236-3.3 LDO DFN. I don't think I need the rest of that. They're using a new enough part that we don't know anything about it. What? Flyback boost forward PWM control. That's not it. That's not it. Nah, that's just coming up with random data sheets. Okay. Schematic KICAD Eagle dimensions in DXF. That's great. I could design. Oh man, there's an entire Eagle doc like design thing that I could grab and I could put it into Eagle. Oh no. No, I'm not going to make a circuit board for this. No. You can make a circuit board that is the panel, and then all the parts are on the back side of the panel, and then all the panel mount stuff goes through it, and you put wires up from the panel to the... No. No. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. It's not a standalone IP camera, blah, 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 blah. What the hell? Whatever. Whatever. I don't know what they're trying to say there. I don't know what the deal is with this regulator, or if we're cool to just give power in there. V-bus should be the 5 volt, but is V-bus doing anything else? V-bus is going into V-bus. Huh? So that's the USB power coming in. But then this thing is getting That's just some USB chip. Okay. And then this guy gets what? What's our RP20? RP2040 is coming from the 3D3 line. So yeah, it's I think everything will function without. That's 3 volts. That's 3 volts. Yeah. Okay, so I'm thinking we could put 3 volts in there and it'll just power it. So we'll keep the LM117, 1117 as it is. And if we pump 3 volts in there, hopefully the internal circuitry of the voltage regulator keeps anything hinky from happening. And I think it will. So that means we need our LM117, 1117 data sheet. Did I open that up? And yeah, I did. 1, 2, 3. 1 is ground, 2 is out, 3 is in. Okay. Oops, sorry, flipping around. Yeah. What is this? 3 volts here? I am now boost converter. It just blows up all of your circuitry. So that would be in and then out, and then the third one is ground. So actually, if I just do it like this, but that gets a little close to the area where I want to see if only, if I'd actually gotten this right, then I could have put this in this area. I'm actually going to do that. Hold on, we're gonna redo the connector, and I'll just put this aside for another day. Maybe someday I'll be able to use this, but I bought enough parts that I can do this. So this, whoops, I misplaced it. I don't know where it is. Let's get another circuit board. It would be too much of a pain in the ass to desolder, so what I'll do is I'll just take another one of these. I bought a bunch of these proto boards, which really I shouldn't have done that, because then it would have forced me to design this as a PCB instead of going around this stuff. But oh well. Limit myself intentionally. And then all of my connectors are in a bin. It's over here. It's good to have spares. Is that? Yeah, it's 5 pins. 5 pins, 2 rows, 10-pin connector. And I can move the stripe side all the way over and have it in the corner. Yeah, proto boards means you can have it immediately. That's true. One of the most sinking feelings is when you order a PCB and then immediately after you go through all of the rigmarole of ordering it, because there's a process. You got to output the right files. You got to. Although the Fusion has made it super simple to send your PCBs out, like it's like in a pull-down menu. Although nothing is super simple in Fusion. You have to find the right menu and you have to do all that stuff. But like when you import your board house rules so that everything design checks properly, you do all those little revisions, you get your board ready to go, you get your credit card out, you give them all your information, upload your file, you view your file with a separate, like a third-party program to make sure that all the stuff is where it should be. You hit order, hit send, everything goes through, you get the confirmation email, you look back at your design and you go, oh, that's wrong. And then you're completely out of luck. That was the wrong way around. I did that wrong. You notice that error that you're going to have to somehow correct when you get the board in hand. And your first job when you get that circuit board is to get it working no matter what. Because you don't want to go and order 15 revisions and keep finding stuff that's wrong. So that's where scraping up traces and breaking traces with a scraper, that's where that comes in handy. Eventually you get to the point where you know what to look for in a board design to make sure that everything, all your ducks are properly in rows. Ow, that was hot. That's the other part that I'm very good at, is getting that circuit board to work. You take no prisoners on that one. All right, so we're moving the connector over by just doing it again. Yeah, this is frustrating. Here, you hold on to that, and we'll get this soldered. I just put my ducks in backwards. I've been there, brother. It's all part of the process. Everybody, you know, that sinking feeling that you get when you realize that there's a huge glaring error in your circuit board is not unique. I know a lot of people who have been in those shoes, and if you get into this hobby, you will too. It's a rite of passage. Teaches you to be a little bit more thorough. I think people naturally are not that thorough, you know? I did just a few weeks ago. I always got a lot of flack for being like not detail oriented, but like, I don't know, I could design and build a circuit board and have it work in the first try. I've had that happen a couple times. So, I don't know. People just like to hassle other people for not being robots. Not all of us can be robots. I'm gonna burn my hand. Okay, that piece of solder is done. Try to use up all of it because it's lead. It's got lead in it, and I don't want my dog exposed to it. It's the old saying, measure twice, cut once. Yeah. I like that sign that says measure twice, cut one, and then it cuts off. There's also a mug that was actually pretty funny. That was like the CSS mug, like #1 CSS developer, and everything was like shifted over and out of place. What other circuit board? We've only done this once. See, I'm just now getting to soldering the power header. We'll do the power area, then I'll do the RP2040, and then we'll take a look at see where those amps go. I'm going to be streaming tomorrow, so we're probably going to be working on this again tomorrow. This is taking a little bit longer than I thought because I'm kind of going into tutorial mode often, and tutorial mode just takes time. It just takes a little bit of time for me to explain myself. If I wasn't explaining myself, boy howdy, I should do a silent stream where I don't acknowledge chat at all except during breaks. And you guys would see precisely how quickly I can actually work. I'm looking for those shotkeys, and why am I not finding them again? Probably because I'm not paying attention. How many RP2040s? 3. I have exactly 3. No, I bought 4. Sorry, 4 RP2040s. But I also have the, what do you call it? Pico Pi. I got a bunch of the Pico Pis. Yeah, the Pico Pis I had, they're a much larger circuit board than the Zio 2040s. Also, the temptation, if I wasn't doing this on perforated prototyping board, the temptation would be to not use the Seed Zio package. Instead, use just the chip, just the RP2040 chip on the PCB. Where's the, hold on, let me get out one of the Pico Pis so we have a reference here. Because like I could make a smart little design with the RP2040 chip and all the right bits and bobs, because I have all the right bits and bobs. So yeah, this is the chip. It's a powerful little bastard. This thing has a lot of support equipment though that I don't think I would have. Yeah, I don't need all the pins. Yeah, I could cut the board like right here. These are so cheap, it's ridiculous. Yeah, the USB chip would be necessary in the module for updates and stuff. And then this is a storage thing, I believe. Anyway, the temptation would be to put that all onto one board. Yeah, so we did the keyboard project, the QMK keyboard project with the RP2040, and that works perfectly well. It's a fun chip. Hand solder the QFN package. So listen, people are crazy, and they've been gluing these things dead bug style to a board and then using motor wire to get to all the pins. You could technically hand solder these things. You'd have heat trouble though. You can do it with hot air easily though. But attaching those wires is very difficult. Very, very difficult. All right, where are my Schottky diodes? What happened to them? Schottky diodes, I'm looking for you. Where are you? I have to totally change my perspective on impressions and silly voices. I need to totally reinvent all of them. I've been listening to myself on my old streams and I am embarrassed. I do not have the confidence in my impressions that I thought I did. I get all quiet and stupid and it sounds like ass. I need to totally rethink all of that. What I sound like is completely different from the voice that I think I have, which is what my skull is doing to my voice. Skull plays tricks on you. It's a tricky trickster, your skull. I did a super, and I mean super tiny motor driver for a servo I built. Woo, that sounds cool, actually. Made one, then purchased a larger pre-made one. I was not going to do that again. That's it. Jeez. CS Strachan, that's exactly what I did. That's exactly what I did. I did exactly that. Where did that circuit board go? It was around here recently. I've got one over here. Let me grab it. Over here in my circuit boards drawer, I keep a drawer of every single circuit board I've ever made. Yeah, you can post links because they're relevant and you asked. Thank you. These will come to the VOD channel. Actually, I think I finished this before the VOD channel started broadcasting. Let's check the date on it. What's up, Gothan? I don't have a lab video, and then maybe that's something that I need to pick up, but I do not. You will pick up on what I have during the streams. So I have the DOS Micro gyro, the DOS Micro 8-channel radio, and then I made my... Stream's over. Stream's over. I made an AT-Tiny 85 with some really, really advanced, insane MOSFETs. That's these guys right here. And they should have worked really well for a DC motor with an H-bridge circuit on it. But when I put everything together, I fired it up. After all the programming and all the effort and getting all the timings right, I learned more about the AT-Tiny 85 than I ever thought I would know. I know about the two timers and how to wrangle them and get them to do stuff with precision. Put it all together, got it all working, and then hit maximum forward with the controller, and I did not get all that much speed because something was happening in here that was sapping away something was happening with the switching, and I'm just not happy with it. But yeah, that's exactly what I did. I looked at this and I put it together, and then it didn't work, and so I just bought a DOS Micro motor controller. Get a YouTube short for it. I gotta cut and paste it because of the way this thing works. How do I mute? Oh, good, okay. What are you doing with this stuff? That's pretty cool. Would you build a giant servo, I guess? I need this for my shop window so I can automatically open and close it. That's cool. Oh, it is. Yeah, you just said large servo. Sorry, I haven't read. Reading is a fundamental skill, chat, and I don't think I got it. I don't think I have it in me. Had a ton of 24-volt DC motors lying around. Had to use them somewhere. I made 2. Huh. Yeah, see, that would... I don't know. I need something that auto-opens this shop window. Use a magnetic sensor for position so I can do any movement. Ah, that's cool. That's a cool project. Yeah, this is the live lab video. You're basically looking at most of it. What you can't see is my gaming desk and the parts storage thing and all the wall control crap. All right, let me get back to work here. You guys are delightfully distracting. You really are. I could become a React streamer and just look at other people's stuff that they've built, which is what we used to do on Fridays, and I kind of ran out of stuff. Because it's Twitch, right? I wanted to keep it gaming related, so I took apart stuff. We'd have tear down Fridays, where I would play the game teardown. No, where I would tear apart all the hardware that I have, because I'm an old man. I've accumulated stuff over the years. I have enough gaming stuff, and at the time I had a little bit of a budget, so I was able to buy like an Ouya controller, which was fun because I got to spend a day saying Ouya in weird ways, using the glottal stop or whatever. But the Ouya controller had this wonderful fatal flaw, and that was that if you hit the trigger button while you were trying to, for instance, like walk forward, or if you were hitting the B button in order to walk slow, and then you hit the trigger, it would forget that you were hitting the B button, which has to be one of the most frustrating things for a controller to do. You don't latch on to the new input and negate the old input. You hold on to the old input, and that way the user can adjust. I think I wanted to make a lawnmower RC control, like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. I have extra lawnmower. It's not Friday, but I want to see other random fun projects I did. PS4 controller, robot head with eyes. Yeah, it's a better place to share those on the Discord, because then I have time to actually take a look at them and like digest what I'm looking at. Because I'm going to say something stupid, and you'll get mad at me, or somebody will get mad at me for saying stupid shit, which is totally reasonable. But I don't have the full capacity to react on stream. I'll end up saying something stupid. So that's plus 12 right there, and ground is right there. Unfortunately, we can't get that to properly distribute to all of our pins, but we can, not easily, but we do have, what is it? It's in, out, ground. Actually, so we can do this this way. Well, I don't want it to take up extra space, so we'll take our ins and outs over here. We'll just put this all the way over here, and then I'll have to deal with the output. The output's going to be out here. That's going to get in the way of pin headers. Let me think about this a little bit. Allow me to think for a minute, because this is starting to encroach on, because that'll be like that, and then that's the output, and that's the output. But it's a little too clean. I guess we don't need to have pin headers everywhere, so I can do that, and then our positive 12 volts. I am blocking positive 12 volts in kind of a big way. If I did that straight out, then it would take up way more room. All right, I think we'll just do that this way, and then I'll have to have a 12 volt line coming off of this somewhere. I can probably take it up here. Actually, if I move it out like that and I just, allow that to be there. Yeah, let's do that. And then I'll have a nice little junction right there where 12 volts is coming out of. Getting capacitors on this is another thing. I'll do it without capacitors for now. And if I need them, I guess I can mod them in. The wonders of Perfboard is that you instantly have everything. Your whole design, just instant. You don't have to wait for a circuit board. One of these days, I will do the design process where we skip this and we go directly to the PCB. But since this is Hajiwo, I think I am doing him honor by building this in the same manner that he does, which is with perf boards. Although his might be the really hardcore perf board that doesn't have solder pads on either side. I have solder pads on both sides because these are cheap. They used to be expensive. I also need to find that source for the circuit, the ones I like. The ones I like have square pads. Square pads are nice because then if you're working with extremely tiny surface mount stuff, it's all right there. It's not you don't have to worry about the circular nature of the pads getting in the way. Would be nice if I had rows of holes right there. That's right, this should be relatively low current. Let's just get it soldered to each end. Actually, I think the better way might be to go from above. See how it's heating up this one too? Because there's a metal substrate under the voltage regulator that is for heat dissipation. So they dump all that heat into the, actually into the V out, which is a little strange. I don't know why they would do that. Where's my iron? There it is. Look out for that iron. Now is that pin over there going to get the soldering temperature? It should. Although I think it might be melting the plastic if I allow it to. Yeah, it's like melting the plastic. That's okay. So did C ever, did that actually solder in? Let's check to see if that gets hot. I don't think it actually connected. There might be just like a little gap in between the two. If I get solder in the side there. I want some heat dissipation on this thing. I have no idea. I don't know, but we'll have to drop a wire on top of that. Okay, so that would be the voltage regulator. We can wire that in later. Capacitors, I have not thought about. Those will be kind of a little bit janky to put in unless I put them here. In which case, well, that pin's over there. So that's in, out, ground. Ground can just weasel its way around like that. So I could put a capacitor here and I could put a capacitor here, and I think that would work out. What are the values of the capacitors? I'll make them through holes. Any value is probably fine. What does the voltage regulator want? What the hell? What are you doing? I didn't tell you could do that. Lord Sussicus. That's a good name. Lord Sussicus, thank you for subbing with Prime. Hey, I really appreciate that. I'm glad you're finding value in the entertainment that I'm bringing to the table. I've been doing this for a long time, and it does not pay dividends. It's nice that you would go out of your way to support this. I enjoy that. That's very nice of you. They don't suggest any sort of capacitoring going on here. They're not in the pocket of big capacitor. 22 microfarads. What about the input? Do they suggest anything on the input? The values that we have from mutable and other sources are pretty good. Although this design does not exactly give us a good impression of exactly what we should be doing. These are decoupling capacitors. Those are designed to keep your device out of the circuit until power has fully been realized. So when power comes into a board, it's not instantly at power. It's not instantly at voltage. All those electrical fields are allowing electrons to fly in, and as they fly in, your voltage level goes up and up and up and up and up and up. And in the span of like femtoseconds, you have your voltage coming up gradually. What that can do to your components, to your silicon, is it can power up areas of the die, the die as in DIE, as in dielectric. The different areas of your dielectric come up to power at different times, and the systems can clash when they first boot up. So you put a decoupling capacitor in there, that's going to allow power to be there and hit all at once. It hits real dank all at once, and so your whole chip is powered up at the same time. And then if there's little fluctuations in the power line, it can also help deal with that. But the larger values are going to be the ones that are really there for the low frequency stuff. 100 nanofarads, 0.1 microfarad is not a lot of capacitance. Found you on YouTube about a week ago and been binge watching you since. Dude, that's awesome. That's why I'm doing the VODs on YouTube. Oh man, I have 271 videos still, and I'm scheduled at the moment up until mid-February. So in like a week, it's going to be game streams for a little bit, and that was when I took that month off to play games. Burnout and this type of stuff is very intertwined. But yeah, power up delay circuits. Oh, that sounds awful. Yeah, there's a thing in industrial controls where you have like a delay, and your contactor will have a delay on it so that you power up, and then like a couple seconds later your contactor closes. That's kind of a big deal in like big power systems, but in our tiny little digital power systems, it's this whole thing. Very simple concepts, but they're things that people don't like realize. And if you leave out the decoupling capacitors, circuit will probably work just fine. It's just something that we do just in case. I don't know if there's any specific, like, you can't really put your finger on it's saving your bacon, because if you don't put it in, your circuit could work perfectly throughout its entire lifetime and you would never have troubles with powering up. Crazy. I worked in video circuitry manufacturing for years, some crazy power-up sequences. Yeah, systems and controls have that, yeah. Crazy stuff. Some big cabinets sound cool as fuck. All the stage clicking. Oh, as everything, all the stages come in to keep from like blowing out speakers and making huge pop noises, which is why in a modular synthesizer, I am giving lip service to finding the proper capacitors. So we're at 12 volts, so we need something that's above 12 volts. You don't want to match it exactly. It's not a good idea to match exactly. You want to go above your specifications. So we'll probably get 50 volt 22 microfarads, or larger or smaller. It's not that big of a deal. Yeah, the rule is to double it, but you don't have to. If you're building a product, though, you got to do all that stuff. Because when you're building a product and you're getting it manufactured, you are dealing with statistics. And so the pluses and the minuses will kill you. Where's my capacitors? I think the through-hole capacitors are over here. These are over here. I'm glad you like the content, people from YouTube. I'm really appreciative of that. It's something that I've needed to do. It's upload those VODs for quite some time. Where did my bin of capacitors go? Where are you? Capacitors. Uploading those videos to YouTube, though, is really kind of, and I've described it as pushing my face into a puddle of my own piss, because it's really highlighted some of the shortcomings in my ability to stream, my ability to be charismatic and keep people engaged with my voice and my visuals, but a lot of the little silly voices that I would do, really bad. They were really bad. You guys might think they're fine. That's because you have a low bar. Where are my capacitors? There's a whole one of these sewing bins that's dedicated to capacitors. Oh, there it is. It fell over. That's where it went. It went sideways. Bada bing. Every percentage helps. Never get 100% working, but you add what you can to get reliable power on. Yeah. Love the similarities to some workarounds in game dev. Object not initializing properly, just add a 1 frame delay, usually fixes it. That's like that that thing in programming where it's job security. You put a bunch of like 1/2 a second delays in your code. And so when it's time to do time for performance reviews, you're like, oh, I went back through that code and I sped it up. Are you using the microscope when you solder small things? My eyes are starting to get bad. Reading glasses now, but soldering small things, I need a magnifying glass at least. I showed one of the coolest looking pieces of headgear. The coolest looking pieces of headgear ever invented. This has been doing the rounds with the needlepoint people. They love these things. It's got a battery built in. It has the LED on the front. This is vital. Having a headlamp style thing that you can illuminate your work with. And then it's got a variety of different magnifiers that are held over the front of your head like glasses. And I can tell you right now that you will be fighting away the ladies when you wear this thing because it looks awesome. It's really, really cool looking. But yeah, this thing is actually really, really good at what it does. It'll get you right in there in the action, and it'll get you action too if you wear these things outside of the house. But yeah, these are actually really good. I don't read the comedy as me not endorsing it, because I am endorsing that thing pretty heavily. That thing works really well. I used to use a jeweler's loupe and a headlamp. Then I started streaming, so I have to broadcast this stuff at 1080p, 60 FPS. That's why I got the Kuro Kesu webcam. He sells these for science purposes and stuff, but it's an aluminum enclosure that goes around the Logitech 920 webcam, and it totally reinvents it and gives it a C-mount lens adapter. That gives me 60 FPS, good color quality when you go in and edit the settings. You got to go in and do what's called the procedure, which is where you refresh the webcam and it does all its color balancing stuff, and then you turn off all the auto stuff. But once you do that, I put a C-mount adapter and then a Nikon lens on this thing. And what that does is it spaces the lens out far enough that it's super magnifying everything. The other way to do it in macro photography is you flip the lens to the opposite way. But in this case, our image sensor is a small webcam sensor, and this is a huge standoff. So it's like a spacer ring. And if I actually do have a set of spacer rings that I use when I need to get ridiculously close. Like if we're looking at the die of a chip through a window, this thing is what, you know, you put this in there, and then I have to use a Z-axis to move everything a little further up. I have this all on a Naga arm, so I can change the amount of magnification. But this has at least 2.5 feet standoff, so it's out of my way. And I can broadcast things, and I do it on this monitor. And so when I'm working, I am actually looking at exactly what you see here. I'm looking at my OBS window. I just got a new monitor. I just got a nice big monitor for this. It's great. But I'm looking at this view right here. That way I know precisely what I'm broadcasting. So I'm not sitting here like with my finger up my nose, like going, like looking at something like, I gotta move that a little bit. Like this way, I'm actually looking at the broadcast window and I know exactly what I'm putting out there. And what I'm putting out is a wonderfully detailed microscope picture with a bunch of other features in the side windows. And so I see right here all that I'm doing. In addition to that, my back is straight. I'm looking at a monitor that's up on a shelf. So I keep sitting like this on these 1960s stools that my grandfather owned. That way, you don't get a hunchback. You know, everybody's got that gamer posture. Gamer posture. I don't. I don't have gamer posture. I do sit in very, very gamery ways on my regular chair, though. I gotta get a haircut. Starting to look like I'm coming back from a Grateful Dead concert. All right, let's get that right there. Picked up a set like that, need to find it all. I was gonna get the dental ones, the ones that have like Carl Zeiss lenses, because I figured like if I keep working on electronics, I'm gonna wanna get a nice close-up view. As a diabetic, my eyes have gotten a little bit worse than they used to be. I used to have amazing eyesight. They've gotten a little worse. They've gotten a little lazy as I get into my Middle Ages, as I get into the 1400s and the Middle Ages. No, it was way before that. 1400s was Columbus. Anyway, but yeah, eyes are getting a little lazy about focusing on stuff, and so having the microscope with the webcam is amazing. I wouldn't suggest that everybody goes out and replicates what I've done. I've had to screw a metal plate onto the front of the desk here so that the Naga arm can magnet to something. This is all very specific to my individual needs as a content creator. Ooh, I hate that I just used content creator in a legitimate sentence. Anyway, yeah, that's me though. There are a variety of types of microscopes out there depending on your budget and depending on how often you're soldering. You can evaluate it against that, because I don't ever suggest that people actually do what I do. Because my setup is just crazy. It's just crazy. And it's been, how individually catered is this setup? Well, when I switch to the face cam, OBS triggers a web socket that goes to the Tasmota device that's hooked up to this lamp. I'm eventually going to hack this lamp, because we can put like we can actually make this into a Tasmota lamp, this Good Video Maker lamp that was on Tiger King. We can hack into this and we can actually make it natively turn itself on and off. But I have these Tasmota devices that I can plug into stuff and turn on and off different circuits. So when I'm done streaming, I can actually just hit lights toggle and all the lights for streaming will turn off. And it works most of the time. But yeah, that kind of automation is something that I've built into this lab. That's how, as an engineer, I've gotten my dirty, twisted little engineer fingers into just about every facet of the stream. My dirty, grubby little fingers. 1 UF. This thing calls for, the mutables calls for 22 UF, but it is using a lot more current. I don't know if we can get away with 1 UF. I think we need a little bit more than that. We'll go for like a similar scale of UFs. 220 is overkill. 33, perfect. 33 up, 50 volts. Dog barking in the background. I really wish the dog still came downstairs. She does not. 33 up, 50 volts, perfect. She just doesn't do it anymore. On Wednesdays, when you guys aren't here and I'm sitting here uploading, she will actually curl up in that bed and nap. under my desk, which is amazingly cute, and I really wish I could show you guys. I'll take a picture of it next. There's 5,000 pictures of it on the Discord. That emote is getting so much mileage. Yeah, telecentric lenses are very expensive. They're very expensive because they are, all I hear in the background, roar, 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 roar. Shut the hell up, dog. Telecentric lenses are very expensive because they're good at what they do. We don't need that here. Being able to zoom in and out without, I'm going to move that off a little bit. We'll put that over here. Being able to zoom in and out without changing focus is brilliant, but it's just not necessary for the stream. I wanted it. I wanted it for the microscope. That would have been awesome. We were having that type of discussion back when I first put together the microscope. I didn't start with all this stuff. It's been gradual. I know it looks like I popped into existence in 2021, but you know, I've been doing this since 2016, I think. Useful lens sounds like a scam. Why is it a scam? Bonk. No, the Nikon lens is pretty good. I mean, it's out of a DSLR. I have a little bit of secret sauce that I do with the lens that I'm not telling you guys about. Oh, and then with the Kurokesu, you also need to put in a UV, oh my God, it's Shirtlurker subbing, saying burn me, thanks, thank you, just undercut me like that. The thing that the lens needs is actually an infrared filter, a notch filter for infrared, because the sensor is sensitive to infrared. And if you allow light to just go straight through without that sensor on it, or without that filter on it, it will tend to skew towards the light blues. That's why when you do the TV remote into the camera lens thing, it's light blue. And that sets the colors off and makes the colors wrong. So you need to actually add something to block that those IR frequencies. Every lens has that. People say, your front-facing camera doesn't have one of those. No, they're wrong. They don't know what they're talking about. Without one of those filters, if you press the button on your TV remote, you will be able to light up the entire room. It's actually quite amazing, the difference in no, not most, all. Unless specifically left out. Because your cell phone uses cheap little image sensors, and those definitely need it. They all do. Worked in video security? Okay, so maybe you were exposed to cameras that did not. That's specific. All video cameras related to my industry that specifically uses this phenomenon. A box that can see infrared? Oh, box of cameras. Oh, yeah. Well, that's security. They specifically take advantage of that. There's some of the security cameras that we've ran into, the little silly clock cameras. They had a mechanism to specifically, a specific mechanism to move that filter out of the way of the lens. There was a little actuator that just flipped that lens out of the way, so that it could very shadily record you from what looks like a frickin' clock camera. Anyway, Short Lurker, thank you for subbing. How many months is that? 60. Holy crap. I'll burn you physically, but in terms of burn the subs, we have a little way to go on that one. All right, just trying to get these capacitors down here so that we've got a rudimentary amount of power line filtering. Spend just a few rows in order to cater to that, and then we got the diodes in there because, you know, the human factor cannot be ignored. A new idiot is always being invented, and we need to be sure to cater at least superficially to that. Is that, I think the lens is still, I think I ran into it the other day. I think it's like somewhere up here. Where's that VU meter fell over already? Need to use those VU meters on the skull speaker. Where did that go? Nah, I lost it. I don't know where it is. I had the little lens, and it has this little actuator on it, but I've been cleaning up. What in the Sam Hill is that emote? Hold on. Solder. You have a soldering emote, or did I add that? It's probably a drunken late night emote retrieval operation. So now the positive lead of this goes to ground, and the negative lead goes to -12. And this is a 50-volt capacitor, so it should not explode and shock and awe me. Wait a second, what did I just do? Hold on. Fuck. I put this capacitor in the wrong way. I did that to test you. You guys all failed. Can't believe I just did that. Son of a bitch. Okay, so we got to get this thing out of here. I guess I could use a solder sucker on it. That might actually work. We'll use the Engineer SO2 solder sucker. You know, I'm sitting here babbling about how nature invents a new type of idiot while soldering a capacitor, like literally just doing the exact thing that I'm saying that I'm not, that I'm somehow like lording over nobody, saying that I'm like immune to it, and I'm just sitting here doing it. Not a thought in my brain. The IR threw you off. I gotta be more like Rob Oz and say things that are just patently wrong in order to get a rise out of chat. Sometimes I worry about him actually believing some of the stuff that he talks about. At least he didn't power it up. Well, you know what? The last time I did that, the clip went viral. So, you know, like, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe there's something to it. I have the same Mitutoyo. Yeah, it's a good set of calipers. It can, you know, you can throw them under a truck and they still work, and they're decently accurate. They're not ultra precision, but they only cost $100 and something bucks, but not in the high hundreds. So they're a very, very good asset. These are, I need to get the replacement weir that I have, because these are, this flathead is, there's no excuse for your screwdriver to look like this. Terrible. All right, casually reverse the polarity of the capacitor. Auto turned off. But I mean, okay, so there's an AVE video way back in the day, and he was talking about the current consumption of calipers. The calipers are always on. It's just the screen that powers on and off. It barely, and those LCDs use barely any power at all. They should have solar panels on them. Dan, come on. I need you to dislodge. Ugh, I'll just heat up the solder and pull it from the other side. Owie! Okay, the capacitor is very hot. You can see by the thermals that my fingers have gotten quite warm trying to remove this thing. What, the Mitutoyos? Yeah, the batteries, genuinely. I have a drawer full of the batteries. They used to be precious commodities at work. Like, oh, you got a Mitutoyo battery? Don't tell anyone. People would come over to me and try to borrow them. I bought batteries with my own money. And I squirreled them away. That goes one row in. Yeah, this is going to take a while simply because of the fact that I am streaming it. That's just how it works around here. But these seem pretty fun. These seem like fun circuits to build. I wonder if I should go sideways on that pin. Because now our power's still here. We can just come straight out from that. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine, it's fine. Oh, but this is, oh, that's right. That's too close to the socket. Lunch break over. Ah, thanks for joining. Ignore chat, stay focused. Yeah, the place I used to work, we would have to measure circuits in order to make the circuit boards in order to make a like a what do you call that? It was a document that basically characterized the entire design and everything about the IED that we were working on. And so measuring the circuit boards, and I think there were a couple other measurements too that we took, but they were like the beginning of the process. And so everybody had cheap calipers, and some people had Mitutoyos, and I eventually got my hands on some Mitutoyos. They were great for a long time. And then the battery ran out, and then I found out that nobody has the batteries for the fucking things. But a lot of people were using these like plastic calipers, and I doubted the accuracy of them. We'll do both rows on this one. There we go. I put money into actual flush cutters, and it's a wonderful day. These things work so well compared to what I used to have. Yeah, the building up a proto board has a certain like zen to it. We don't have to do this nowadays. I could just design a circuit board in Fusion. I would have to find all the parts though, and that's kind of excruciating. But building up a proto board it's nice to use your hands to actually do something every now and again. It needs to be shorter. At some point we will do a straight to PCB design, and I'll just take it directly into Fusion 360 and design everything. I built up this skill of proto boarding, and I haven't needed it. I don't need it anymore. It's obsolete. Just let AI do it. Actually, circuit boards have had AI for decades because it's a much more clear usage of AI. It's much more clear to be able to give it passes and fails. Iterations and stuff like that are so much more crisp and clear when you have the specifics of designing a circuit board. This goes here, so this goes here, so this goes here, so this has to go here, and you build up all of those, all the algorithm that you need in order to place everything. So AI has existed in like Altium and some of the other like expensive circuit board design suites for quite some time. JLC is so cheap, and it's hard to even go to proto board. You sit here and you justify it to yourself. Why am I doing this? Why am I doing this? Why am I not just putting it into Fusion? Because JLPCB will give me a billion circuit boards for $50. I could just speak kindly of them, and they would probably give me circuit boards. Which I should look into. I should look into sponsors. If you guys ever see me being overly positive about anything, or maybe something is sus, you'll know that I have a sponsor. I don't know. I contact these places, and because I'm not on YouTube, they don't understand what the numbers mean in Twitch. If I say, I have 100 viewers, well, this video over here is 35,000 viewers. This one has 1 million, and it's about the same stuff that you do. So it's very difficult for me. The Twitch numbers reporting is not understood. It's understood by other industries. If you go to like HelloFresh and you say, hey, I've got like a viewer on Twitch, and they're like, holy shit, that's awesome. Here's a sponsor deal. But for stuff that we do, they don't quite understand it yet. They go, listen, my primary contractor is like a defense contractor, and they give us billions of dollars, so I don't even need to like acknowledge you. Like, hey, why don't you get Rigol to send you a scope? Yeah, that's not going to happen. Fucking Rigol? You kidding me? They got like resources at the wazoo. They have much bigger contracts than me, so it just doesn't really pan out. Would be cool though. I see all these YouTubers with these big scopes. They're like, let's put that on my big scope that does everything. It even does my homework. And the scope's like, bleep bloop, I did your math homework. Thank you, scope. Brought to you by Scope Manufacturer. No, I don't have that. I'm just soldering these together because that's just how the power rails work on these things. Last one I had for them were about $350 for 5 boards. God damn it. 350 quid for 5 boards. Jesus Christ. I can barely post a letter for that. Yeah, what the hell? That's crazy. It's just crazy. It's just crazy talk. Are these flat? Yeah, they're flat. Okay, hour 4, on to the second capacitor. Check out my new scope. It can debug PCI Express 5. That hardware exists, and it's fucking frightening. They operate with FPGAs, and they do things that will, like, curdle your milk. It's insane. I was drinking milk, and it just fucking spoiled right in front of my face. What? My oscilloscope did the what? Even the one I have is super duper functional. There's stuff in there that I don't understand how to use, and I haven't gone through the manual. I'm gonna have to do that at some point. But I got this one because it was night mode, and it was only a couple hundred extra for night mode, but it also has the logic probe on it, which we have needed in the past. But the logic probe on that thing is probably as functional as a LaCroix that we had 10,000 years ago in one of the shops I worked at, and is capable of... What was that LaCroix able to do? Wait, hold on. This is a very bad place to put a capacitor. Hold on a second. I don't know. It did everything, man. But that one cost as much as a house, which this one did not. It's kind of amazing where we are with this stuff. All right, so the ground line is going all the way back to ground over here. And then, no, we'll just take it to the middle pin, because that's where this one's located. And then I guess I'll put a third capacitor over here for the 3 volt. Oh, it's much more pleasant to look at the black plastic than it is the white plastic on. It looks more functional and technological. Literally, it could be like a lower model of scope and be less functional, but because it has the black plastic, it looks so cool. And I do like what Rigel's doing with some of the illumination on this. I didn't expect any of these buttons to illuminate, but like this stuff all lights up, and it's pretty nice. Pretty nice. I'm happy with this scope. I'm finally happy, thanks to product. Thank you, product. I finally am happy. Oops, I keep going to the wrong one. Here we go. That's not... You guys looking at me. You're gonna catch me with my finger up my nose. Okay, let's do this, and then let's get this capacitor in here. So, I mean, I'm just kind of taking this by ear. I'm just going piece by piece and doing power and then signal. So we'll do power, and then we'll get the RP2040 in, and part of that is my delay tactic. I am delaying because the MCP 6004s get here tonight, so I do not have them. And again, that's why we don't do Wednesdays, is because if I panic order something, it can get here by either Thursday or Friday. I basically live on top of an Amazon warehouse here in Pennsylvania, so it's quite rapid for me to get parts. Unfortunately, it plugs me into the giant Rube Goldberg machine of human misery that is Amazon. Mostly, though, it's the robots now, but still, I always feel for the drivers. They pull up and they give you the package and they scamper away as fast as they can, and it's like, I wonder what restrictions that person's under. I don't feel comfortable with somebody being like, I don't know. Like, are they getting paid well? I don't know. That's a lot of solder that just blobbed into the other end of the board. Hold on. Get it. Back over to this side. There we go. It like popped over to the other side of the board. All right. So this needs to go to V out. So we've got 12 volts, V out, and then ground. Let me double check that. Celia Russell. Oh man, so many names today. 75 months. Holy crap. Please order next day for twice as much. Yeah, that's the thing, is like, default setting. Smart people have poor eyesight because lower graphics make your brain run faster. Stephen Hawking has closed all background tasks for more FPS. Jesus. Interesting. I just finished saying that I used to have really good eyesight, but I'm old now, and I've been diabetic for 30 years, so I've got slightly worse eyesight. Let's see. What was I doing? Double checking the voltage regulator. I can't count on one hand the number of times that I've put a voltage regulator in backwards. You would think that would be just the cardinalist of sins, but it just happens. I'm shutting down background tasks. Yeah, in order to deal with all of the sugar in my blood. 1, ground. Okay, good. 2, out. Good. 3, VN. Good. Okay, so we got the right pin out. Some parts are evil. Sometimes you will look up a part and there will be 2 versions of the part, and one version of the part has 1 pin out and the other one has a different pin out. And it's very, very disturbing. I think I'm out of thick capacitor wire, so we're going to go to, wait, maybe this will be the right length. This little offshoot right here. Yes. Yes, perfect. Yeah, if it's anything other than 7805, it should be shunned, or there should be a warning label on it or something. I mean, you know, we're able to print. Wouldn't it be better if they just... I guess they can't do that on everything, though. Just tell us what the pinout is, IGO. It should constitute a war crime, and the Hague should get involved. These are all the power lines, so they're going to be super thick. Thicker than a bowl of oatmeal. Do you want to try to fix my balcony? It fell down from the house wall on Sunday. Oh my God. You can flat pack and ship it out to me? That's crazy. Yeah, I think Rabaz had his whole balcony situation upgraded. So now it's like enclosed, so I don't think it can fall off of the wall, but still. That's crazy. That must have been loud. All right, let's get these soldered, and then we'll have our 3-volt output. We'll have our... Where am I connecting this? This is the output 3v3. This one is ground, so that'll have to do some kind of weirdness in order to get to where it needs to go. I can always put a wire from like there to... I don't think I can get behind these because the connector is out and around that. So I'll have to do some shenanigans in order to get that hooked up. Hear what you want to hear and see what you want to see. Old man time. I don't know about that. It was first the roof that I had on half of the balcony that I had too much snow. So when it did fall, did take the balcony with it. I'm glad it didn't happen 5 minutes before because I was out smoking on it. Oh my God. That's harrowing. I don't know how much current this wire wrap wire can take. I usually kind of overdo it. Like, we don't need big power lines on everything. I just did that because they were already attached to the capacitors. But what I use in order to create a perforated prototyping board is wire wrap wire. Wire wrap wire is 30 gauge solid core wire. It makes nice, neat traces on stuff. Yeah, oh, it's heavy. It's very heavy. I need to 3D print stuff for this little wire holder. I think I can keep these a little bit more organized, but I used a maker beam to just make this little frame that holds all of the different wires that I use to build stuff like this. Now, this one is the most used one. It is the non-jacketed wire wrap wire. I would say I'm running out, but I go through such small amounts of this stuff on the day-to-day that I don't really think I'm running out anytime soon. The alternative to this is just stripping the jacket off of the regular stuff. And you can see here that I've got more than I would ever be able to use in a lifetime. So even for somebody like me that does this stuff a lot. Actually, what I should do is charge JLPCB for the value of these wire spools. I should charge them because they made it obsolete. They made these obsolete. They killed my wiring by making it easier to just order a PCB online. 1 AWG. That's like the size of a soda can. All right, so what we do is we attach one end and then the other end, and then I can either wiggle it until it breaks off, or I can just use a knife on it. Whoa, okay, hey, buddy. I'll come back over here. There we go. I'll bend this upwards a little bit, and that way I can sneak it onto the center of the pad a little bit more. I could just go to the other side. Oh, no, I can't, because the connector has the shroud around it. So I'll just do that, and then I'll take a knife, which is a scalpel and not an X-Acto knife. X-Acto knives are horrible and dangerous. Scalpels are wonderful, and they don't twist off. 50 square millimeter. That would be a hell of a thing to solder. Hello, yes, I need a soldering iron that's able to heat up a 50 square millimeter copper tube, or copper, solid copper pipe. That doesn't make sense. I could go out and around. Oh no, if I go out and around, then that potentially could get crushed and then contact this. They have, when I looked up automatic wire strippers to see if I could make this prototyping process a little bit cleaner. Because if I could get something that, like use heat to strip the wire away, like a pincher thing that wasn't $78, then I could do this a lot cleaner than how I'm doing it right now. But I found in the process of that a battery pack powered, like one of those 20 volt max power pack things, stripper for like mains wires. So apparently it's a thing that like you put the wire into the front of it and then it rotates around and removes the giant jacket from it. And they showed it doing some pretty genuinely thick wires, like big industrial stuff. Cool stuff. Alrighty, so we've got power, we got ground, we've got out. I could drop a cap right here and then do ground. Because it's... Wait a minute. Yeah, okay. V in, V out, ground. So I should probably place another capacitor right here. Just to be nice. All my cars are over 30 years old. Coming home and parking, my neighbor girl kid said, "Your car stinks of exhaust." I told her it was a 30-year-old car. Then the other kid asked how fast it is. It goes very fast over a cliff, rather. Like a 56K modem. He paused for a moment and responded, "Cool." Yeah, we gotta pop a cap in this thing. Where are the caps? They're right here. Oh man, my car is 24 years old. It's gonna be 25 very soon, which means I don't have to give a crap about emissions and stuff. But I'm starting to smell oil. I'm starting to get a little nervous. I'm starting to smell oil. 100 microfarads at 16 volts. We don't need that much capacitor. Another one of those 33s would be totally fine. And then aesthetically, I have 3 of the same capacitor. Now keep in mind, I gotta build 2 of these things. And the second one will have more amp circuitry. Probably would have been cooler if I just made a PCB, huh? 6.8 UF. What do they have on the 3 volt line on the mutable stuff? Mutable even puts a coil in there, which is not something that I'm going to be doing. We're not that sensitive to our voltage levels. 100 nano and a 22 micro. So it's the same value. So I'll just grab another 20-ish. I think 30 was what I used, so if I could find another one of those, I will finally be happy. One off. 33, come on. 47. 3.3. Not quite. Not quite what I'm looking for. Yeah, smelling oil, something is, and it might be emissions stuff. I'll have to get an emissions block plate. I can do that now. Totally legally. I can block off all the emissions equipment. Yeah, if I can find one for my vintage car. But I think one of the components over there is leaking onto the exhaust manifold. So I'll put oil in the car, but I'm also... That familiar oil smell, where as soon as I smell it, it's with me all day. I'll go and do my little bit of grocery shopping and come back and just like all day I'm like, is that burning oil that I smell? That stuff sticks with you. I don't know if I have another one of the right cap. It's getting kind of cold in here too. I need to flesh out all of my like life statistics equipment and buy some stuff from Seed Studio so that we can have the full bio monitor screen for Bother. And I could try to like stand on that turntable and have somebody take a picture of me like spinning around like it's like a video game health thing. But like they have non-contact breath monitor and blood pressure monitor and stuff. It'd be kind of funny to like, Bother, you're getting cold. as I hyper focus. The entire lower half of my engine bay is covered in oil. Oh God. Smoke comes from under the hood when I turn it off. Jesus. Well, I mean, so that's not unfamiliar to a BMW owner. They have power steering rack issues. I think my friend sent my power steering rack when he owned the car, sent it to the rack doctor to get fixed. Can't locate the source because there's so much. Oh, here we go. 33 UF. Done. That sounds terrible. So keep in mind, chat, I'm very good at this, but we're going very slow. We are going very slow because I'm talking with you guys as I do these things. It takes time. Little bit of everything. Shut the fuck. You shut. Okay, this goes here. Yeah, cool. Another capacitor. So this is going to go there, and this is just going to go. Well, I guess it can go straight over to either direction because that pin is. Is that a 3 volts out? Wait a second. Hold on a minute. Where's that data sheet? That would be over here. Ground, out, in. So yeah, that pin is ground. That one is out. I have the capacitor hooked up to... Oh, so I need one on the 12 volt. I already have a capacitor on from ground to the output. Okay. I genuinely miss the old BMW steering racks. The new electric ones are rubbish. Yeah, what is that like? I've never driven a car with an electric steering rack. The old BMW racks give you just enough with the right steering wheel. Because like I switched my steering wheel for an E46 steering wheel. I have an E39. The E46 steering wheel is a little bit more narrow, and it gives you much more of that feedback. It really kind of like balances out with a steering rack. So this is the output. This is the... No, the output's in the middle. This one is ground. Hold on a minute. So I don't think I have the input capacitor set up. So I need to go to the other side of the diode. Catch you on the triode. There's a couple episodes of Adventure Time where they have a schematic on screen, and I actually tracked that down. So it's ground, out, in. So here's in, and in is also from here. That's plus 12 volts in this area. We're going to have to pipe that outward. I can also get output from over here, but what I need is to get plus 12 to here. Now I guess I'm just going to do a fancy bent, but I need to get it from up here. So I guess I need to move this up, and then I can get ground here, and I'll have to, of course, pipe ground over to here. But yeah, I'll move this one row over. Gonna have the transmission rebuilt when the weather gets a bit warmer. How do you guys know when you're supposed to do stuff on the car? I have a friend who follows the maintenance schedules, but like, it's just, I like keep going until I can't turn up the radio enough to cover the problem. Maybe I should move 2 rows over. Oh, we don't have the ability. Okay, so this will bend flat, and this is our plus 12 volt line. In order to avoid the lines under it, I'll bend it up and then do like a square thing to jump up and over it, and then we'll lock it down using the holes. I can't shift into first and second anymore. Oh, that's a little bit, yeah, that's a little bit more clear than I thought it would be. That's a little bit more clear. Kind of, you know, a subtle suggestion from the car that you might want to start looking at maintenance. This one will go straight down. I would like the capacitor to be held in place, so I'm going to solder this one first. I guess the alternative way that I could have done it is by moving this cap all the way to the outside and then using, like, jumping over the chip to get to that other pin. Or jumping on the PCB. Wait a minute. I'm doing it wrong. Because I could actually just go up and above to get to power, and then this would flip around. Yeah, maybe we'll do that. I'll do that. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. I'm not going to listen to anything today. I'm just going to do what I want. Okay, so I'll cut that there, and then I need to flip this capacitor around. Flip it around. Yoink. And then this will go in like that. And so now my ground pin is not clearly marked on this cap. Wait a minute. Oh, there it is. Ground pin is here. Oh, I should move up one row. Of course, that moves it much further out. Well, if I go down straight over to this one, this one goes out this way. And then I'll have the jump go up and over. Okay, this will work. This will work. This also gets 12 volts all the way out to the front. I tried that. I actually did try that, Solid Electronics. Doing the perf board design in CAD, here's the problem. As soon as I get all the parts into CAD, I just use CAD, right? That's what happened the last time I did this. I even have a part from GrabCAD that is one of these boards. So I can sit there and try to plan where everything would go. And that would be a great thing to do if PCBs weren't $1. Nothing is $1. An Egg McMuffin is like $5. Like, I don't think that's actually the price, but it's fucking ridiculous, man. I can get a circuit board for that much money. So yeah, by the time you get it to the point where it totally negates any of the advantage. So perf board design, people used to plan it out. There were tools in order to do that. You know, there are better tools online for like planning out your perf board. But like, why would I do that when I would just make a circuit board out of it? So here we are. So here we are. I have to just kind of yeet the design onto the board every single time, or else it does not justify itself. What I'm going to do is I'm going to add a line to go from here up and around on the other side of the board over to here. And that way I'll have my positive 12 volts right near my positive 3 volts. Or no, sorry, that's ground. This one's ground. Wait, no, this one is supposed to go to, okay. All right. This pin is ground, but it has not been routed to ground yet. Okay, all right. I've got my head straight. My soldering iron turned off because it thought that I was like soldering in bed, and it tried to keep me from burning the house down. It's actually kind of tough to do one of these sort of free-form designs on stream. Keep your thought process straight. Should I just take it from... Yeah, this one's ground. This one is... Which one is that? That's V out. So that's my 3 volts. I kind of want to keep that clear, although that's going to jump over to the Zio. That's the only place that's going. So we might as well block it off because it'll... Where did that go? We might as well block it off because that'll just go to a piece of wire and go all the way out. It also goes to the MCP 6004 though. So, but then this is pushing a little further. We're at row F already. You got to keep this power design compact enough. How can I get ground from, well, ground from here to here? That's just, oh wait, no, but the connector is in the way. The connector is in the way. It might not be. Let's see. Let us try this. Lettuce. Delicious. And I lost the wire that I was going to use. Great. Well, I have one more. These are just the ends of the leads that I cut. Oh, plenty of clearance. Okay, cool. Now I go to a PCB, but shitloads of test points and random 0603 footprints. So if it doesn't work out, you can proto on the PCB. That's clever. You can make a part that has all those features in it and then just put that part on your design. Let's get the solder off of one of these. Where's the solder? There it is. I mean, yeah, it's very clever. Very, very clever. Very clever of you. I say through gritted teeth. Wait, I can just lay it down. No, let's. Oh, but I need to skip over this one or else I short it out. Okay, okay. I'm starting to get it. I'm starting to get it. I can put down either Captain tape or I can actually just jump over it. Actually, we can go flat down to that row. So I'll do flat down to that row and then up and over. So let's get our measurements here. So 1, 2 on the ground. Make it short. And then we go up. Oh. Oh, the capacitors are there. Wait a second. Wait a second. That's going to be ridiculous to install. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. We're in trouble here. I can't get to that. If I'd known before, I probably could have done something about it, but well, maybe we'll just skip up on this layer then. We'll have that skip on there. Not much we can do. All right, so if I'm doing that, then I'm going to want a little end on this. Just a little tiny thing on the end. I need the pliers for this. These aren't working out. I can do this. Actually, having it stick down like that is fine. And then I'll do this. I think is how thick is this thing? Yeah, see, like this is a good distance. That's a good thickness. So if I base my little staple on that, go down like that, square it off a little bit. And then I come back over horizontally. That just cut the wire. What the heck? That shouldn't cut the wire. It cut the wire. Never had that happen. Fine. Okay, we've got even less to work with now. This is like, there's like a countdown in my head until I get so mad at this that I just start designing a PCB. I kind of hate that that's the land we live in, but it's also kind of cool to be able to just be like, well, I'm gonna make a PCB for this. All right, there's our part. There's our jump. Our yumper. All right, just kind of bending it into shape to get it right. And then we go over to the wrong camera again. I think maybe I changed the order of the two and I keep clicking on the wrong one. Muscle memory. I just got to learn the setup. I moved around my scenes so that I could access the ones that I use the most more often. So that's going to go right here. It's going to go in this via and it'll just skip over not enough. And it goes on this side of the via. If it goes on this side of the via, it's fine. See, I use Fusion, and it's not free, mostly, but it's also pretty good. I'm just used to AutoCAD. I know how AutoCAD works. A friend of mine wants me to get as far away from AutoCAD as I can get, but it's just what I know. And they bought Eagle, which is the other program that I know. And so now I can do these cool enclosure designs alongside the rest of the the rest of the computer design. We've used it in a lot of projects too. It's been quite a good. Uh-oh, the whole PCB just shifted. Altium and SolidWorks at work. Ah, okay. I've always wondered about the big, brutal CAD programs, what they're like to use. Did I just bend the tip of my tweezers with this? No. I think I'm good. I think I'm okay. What day is today? Today's Thursday. Yeah, okay, okay. Like, had a weird existential crisis about what day it is. 4:30. Okay, cool. All right, let's get this soldered in. This is a little jumper that'll allow us to put ground out to where it needs to be, and then we'll go on the other side of the board. This will be protected, by the way. This will be on the inside surface of the, like in between the two PCBs. So if somebody bumps into it, it's not going to bend this. That's why I can do this here. Still can't make it over there because of all the mess ups that I did. SolidWorks is amazing, but if it was my money, I would look for something less expensive. Fusion 360, I don't know how that measures up in terms of cost. For me, I'm an educational copy of the program, and I want to kind of take advantage of that at some point and do that generative design that I was working on. But if it were just me and I wasn't broadcasting it in educating, I don't know what I would use. I don't know. Because, yeah, FreeCAD and KiCad and all that stuff, they're becoming much more viable tools out there. It'd be nice if some of the big companies would compete. Because just like the Adobe effect of being able to have your hobbyists use the program for free, whether legally or not, is actually a huge advantage, because then people get used to your interfaces and stuff. Eagle used to have reasonable licenses, and then what was it? Fusion had that for a little bit, but I don't know if they still have them. I don't think they do. I'm glad I don't pay the licensing fee, yeah. But also, in order to get to the tier where you're required to use the licensing fee, you have to go pretty far. You have to make a lot of money off of that program in order to get there. And hopefully by then, it's a drop in the bucket in terms of revenue. I would be glad to pay it if I made that much money on the program. I need like a solid piece of wire, because we're trying to pull our 12 volts over to a part. Or do I? I guess I could just use the wire wrap wire. I think it'll be okay. We're not really using that much current on this thing. Yeah, okay. So we're going from... where are we going from? We're going from over here. We're on the end of the diode, and I'm going to... So it's basically just a jump to jump. Very, very simple. And there's nothing in the way because we are on top of the chip. So we're basically jumping over the chip, under the chip. Over the chip? Over the under chip. We're over the under chip. Fusion tries really hard to convince me I need to pay for it. Yeah. The nature of those programs. What that's that practice that I just hate, where, for instance, YouTube has this wonderful thing where every time I click into the recommendations page, which is their landing page for your specific YouTube, my landing page always has the message, hey, you need to turn on personal tracking data or watch history so that we can give you something on this screen. And I click, no, I don't want you to do anything on this screen. I'm perfectly happy with the way it is. It's just I get that dialog message every single time. Every single time. And you can click it away, it'll come right back. And it'll infinitely ask you to enable this tracking feature until you enable it, at which case, no dialogue. Nothing, there's nothing. So it's now permanently set unless you dig into your settings and unset it again. But every single time you load it in the other configuration, it will give you a dialogue. It's this weird subversive way to get you to enable tracking. I'd rather suffer through FreeCAD and have my files locally. Yeah, at some point I'm going to do an exodus and I will move everything over to GitHub, because they're just, nobody's really ever requested the specifics of any of the projects that I've done. I think they recognize that what I'm doing is janky and brutally stupid, but in that vein, I also want to share to anyone that wants the data on these projects. So I have put some stuff up to GitHub. I haven't uploaded to GitHub in quite some time, but I hopefully will get more things on there. And in addition to just code, I want to put up my CAD files. And so I need to extract them from Fusion 360, because there's a lot of good stuff in there. Especially the RC car is like something I'm sure other people could use. Yeah, if there were like a $30 a month tier for Fusion, I'd probably do that. It's a shame. It's not like we own anything anymore, right? Especially HP printers is going to have it so that you don't own your printer anymore. You just remotely turn it off. This is what we've become. This is what we've allowed. At least Brother is still fighting the good fight. I had a Brother printer in college, and the only reason I stopped using it is it no longer was supported. Windows 7 did not have a driver for it. It was a black and white laser printer, and I would just buy powder and replace the powder. For HP printers, for a while, what they tried to do is they put an EEPROM in the actual printer cartridge that had contacts, and so you would plug in the cartridge, the whatever it is, the toner cartridge, and those contacts would make contact, and then it would log the number of times you were printing and decided when you were no longer able to use that. So what they started doing was selling EEPROMs. You could just buy one on eBay, because it was an EEPROM. You could just load the EEPROM, clone it, sell little circuit boards for a couple bucks. Confirm they don't want private market. They do not want private market, and Intel want to stop with hyper-threading, and instead you can pay for a subscription to get it back. What the fuck? Well, AMD is a wonderful little company, huh? Jeez. Slime ball. Slime balls. I'm going to add solder to the pins above, just so that in case I need a whole bunch of 12 volts, it's able to come through. That doesn't say much for the ability of this diode to hold everything back, but that doesn't look really, doesn't look good. Can't really do much about it. All right. You know, BMW did it with their seats, and then everybody seemed to follow the model. Hold on, brain. Oh, I need to connect that jump right there. I need to connect it before we call it a day, because I'm going to forget about it, and then I'm going to be like, why doesn't my circuit work? What? Oh, it all became molten at the same time. All right. Now this is going to look crazy, right? It's going to look like a big blobby POS, but all the connections will be made. That's basically what we're trying to do. Although if I make a circuit board, that means that I'll have all of the populated, oh man, I could build, I'll have multiples if I build, like design a circuit board. And this is the kind of thing where having multiples would be really good. Don't give that any credence, bother. Don't think about that at all. I could probably make a single design that would work for both the cord one and this one. Yeah, the car seat subscription was hacked immediately. Or, you know, it's like I'm just gonna put a switch on it. Just put a toggle switch on it. Maybe even like, you know, get some wire wound resistors and put different levels on there. Just ridiculous. I hope there's more pushback against that kind of stuff. All right, so we got the power supply section done. We have, and let's just review really quick. We have the stripe side, which is negative 12 volts. Negative 12 volts coming into our design, not being used at the moment for anything, but we do have a capacitor on it. So the capacitor goes between negative 12 after the diode, and it goes to ground, ground, ground. Then we have positive 12 volts. Positive 12 volts, non-stripe line, all the way up here, only goes to the diode. And after the diode, it will then go to the power, the regulator. The regulator pins 1, 2, 3, looking at the data sheet on the other monitor here, 1, 2, 3 is V in. So V in is right here. 2 is V out. 1 is ground or adjust. V in going into there, V in also jumps over and gets to the capacitor over here. So that's this capacitor, and it goes to the positive of the capacitor, negative of the capacitor, goes to ground, ground on the voltage regulator. We jump up and over this pin, no contact, and then we hit ground over here. This is V out. Well, this is also V out. I could have taken V out up here. I want to keep clear of the edges, because the edges are where I'm going to be putting pin headers that will hold this to the other board. So I guess I could put a 2-pin header here if I really wanted to, if it fits. I probably will end up putting headers up here. So ground over to ground, no connection here. No connection there. And then we have another capacitor that's on V out capacitor, V out to positive, correct. And then the negative of the capacitor goes into our negative here. Okay. It looks like a blotchy, blobby piece of crap, but it is actually a functional circuit at the moment. All right, so that's our power section. Now, what I need in the future, not until the settings as a service, is that what that is? Dies to the subscription model dies, but I only see that getting worse. Yeah, who knows? I hope we're going in a good direction where everybody pushes back against inane business practices. The only problem with this is that when I'm plugging it and unplugging it, I'm working right around these capacitors, and I don't want to bump into them. I guess it's okay. I guess it's okay. So, that's that. The next part is to figure out how the Zio is going down on this thing. Now, I could put it directly to pins here, and actually that would allow me to center it. That's pretty good. So I would take the 2 rows of pins there and there, and I need to block off everything else. So let's do that with some Kapton tape. I need Kapton tape. I need my thicker Kapton tape. Whatever happened to that? Where did that go? I'm starting to lose my voice. Which means I've been streaming too much. Screaming, streaming. And creaming. Let's see here. Kapton tape. Where have you gone? There it is. There's the big stuff. All the way in there. All right, big stuff. Let's go. I had to call you big stuff. All right, so I am going to block off the underside of the... Oh, yeah, look at that. That's huge. Well, I don't really get many opportunities to use this. The big, thick Kapton tape, the last time I used this, I actually had a roll that was this big, and I used it all up on the cooking pot because I put Kapton tape down first, and then I used this exhaust-like reflection fiberglass stuff that was adhesive. And I'm like, I don't trust that adhesive at all. So Kapton tape was a good barrier between it. So if I ever want to turn the cook pot back into a cook pot, I'd have to peel off quite a bit of Kapton tape, but it wouldn't ruin the surface of the cook pot. Used to pay around $10,000 a year to keep services on a certain software package, perpetual license. In 2021, they went to subscription and only had to pay a penny. Oh, you've only had to pay a penny since. Huh. Windows 10. So does Windows 11 have the same deal like Windows 10 has, where there's some EU law or something that requires them to be able to like serve really, really, really cheap licenses? Because like And maybe that doesn't exist anymore, but I used to be able to get Windows 10 for like 15 bucks on the internet. And even that was paying too much. All right, so big piece of Captain tape down, and then I'm going to cut the Zio board out of this. You can still do that. You get Windows 10 for free as an upgrade from 7. Yeah, that too. I wonder who got the upgrade from the FCKGW code. Who got that? A friend of mine had the old Windows 7 key that we would use was his like a university one that he got for being IT at the university, and it was like a universal code. Like it does not expire and it works forever on as many copies as you want. That was pretty awesome. Okay, so we're cutting between Q and R. Just get this out. Yeah, everybody had the same Windows key. Yeah, that was great. Actually, still have that on the thumb drive that's over on the wall. Wait, do I need the 2 or the 1? Wait a minute. I think I need both of those rows to be exposed. Because, yeah, we're putting the Amogus right like that. And that centers our board, so I need both of these. Whoa. Whoa, I'm drunk driving. There we go. Okay. I'm back. Back on target. There you go. Stay on target. England bullshit. That always makes me laugh. Next time you Brits are talking smack, I'm just gonna like move this into position. Scalpels were a huge upgrade from the X-Acto blades. It's like night and day. They're really, really good. It's the little things in life. Exactly. You gotta be able to enjoy things like that. There you go. Okay. Hard doing this with a microscope view. It's very, very close in. Makes you feel you see all of your mistakes in 1080p, 60 FPS. Now this shouldn't stick over the edge. Well, actually, I need that first row of holes just like that. Yeah. So this goes until there. And it goes right up to the edge. So we're doing this because we need to isolate the board. It's got contacts underneath it for more permanent installations, and isolating it'll keep us from shorting anything out. Oh, yeah, I was trying to figure out what that used to work 3 miles from where they made the Swan Morton blades. This is Swan Morton, huh? Pretty crazy. Yeah, I just bought these as like just any scalpel blades on Amazon basically. They're very cheap for a very large amount of these, and they are sharp. They're very good blades. I've had a great time with these. These are the 10A shapes. You can get other shapes. You can get plenty of other shapes of these things in order to do whatever nefarious thing you need to do with the scalpel. But having a scalpel instead of an X-Acto blade is so much better, because X-Acto, I have so much trouble with X-Acto. They loosen on you because they are a twist lock. This is not a twist lock. This is just, you bend the blade up and over the little PAWL, I guess, a little pawl, and it snaps into place. And these are just much better. They're just much better. Adobe is a serious offender on too many levels to even consider outside of enterprise. Yeah. The problem is, for a time there, they were the option. Like, if you wanted to do image editing, you got a copy of Photoshop, and we all learned exactly how Photoshop works because we all wanted to make stupid pictures of things. That's how we learned how to layer edit an image. So they got themselves, they sort of cornered the market. They got all the like digital media education to use their software, and it paid dividends because all the people entering the workforce then knew Adobe and used it. Nowadays kids ask AI. I don't quite know if they're on that level yet. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I don't know enough to know. I don't know these kids. I'm off by a hole. Dr. Plugger! Dr. Plugger for 46 months! Hell yeah, brother. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Plugger. Oh yeah, I'm off by like an entire row. What the heck? All right, let's just, hold on. We still good. As painful as GIMP is, the price is right. That's what I've been using. And GIMP started like eating itself when I'm like 100 and something videos in, and I've made thumbnails for 99% of them. And so all those layers were active in my GIMP file, and it was getting a little gimpy there for a bit. So I had to delete a ton of the layered thumbnails. I still have all the PNGs backed up, but the layered ones died. And then Pixie K, who I think she rated us a little while ago, but Pixie K made me this VTuber model as a joke around my birthday, because I said I wanted like a big titty VTuber model to stream with, and she made me a big titty chip VTuber model. That lady is talented. Luckily, there was a thing to turn off the boobage, and I was able to use that and VTube Studio. But VTube Studio isn't meant as like a posing software. It's meant as like an animating software. So I had to hook it up, and then I had to hook up all the interactions for like, when I move my eyebrows, it moves the thing's eyebrows. What I ended up doing is turning a breathing circuit on every single adjustment, and then I got a bunch of screenshots that looked like expressions because it was slowly moving through all of the expressions. It was really weird. But anyway, that allowed me to have the little mascot. Oh, damn it, I did it again. Oh, no, that's good. I think so. Ah, my hands are cramping because of diabetes. Glucose level. Oh, that's great. V and ground are right there. And they're partially exposed to the underlying... Damn it! What the hell is wrong with me? Yeah, this thing sticks over about... So I shouldn't have made that cut. I'm going to cut it again. I'm going to redo the cut. I shouldn't have did that. We'll redo the cut. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's all fine. It's fine. That was dumb. It's because we're so zoomed in. We're so zoomed in, I can't tell what anything is doing out here. Stop doing new license on Adobe. We did Affinity. One-time payment, the license can be transferred. See, I gotta look into like DaVinci Resolve, the video editing program, because I have my friend's old Adobe like license for the really old version, which would also allow me to like do the animations and stuff that I have. But I could go to a free tier software like DaVinci Resolve, and maybe that would allow me to do all of my video editing stuff and not have to be, you know, over the barrel. Certainly wouldn't be able to do all the fast workflow stuff and use AI for everything, and the context-aware cutout tools, that would be nice to have. But I feel like at this point, using an Adobe software suite would be just as much trouble as learning, I almost did the wrong cut again, didn't I? As learning one of the, you know, you pay once tier things. So I want to go a hole above this. So this is where we want the cut. Comments are rolling in and I'm concentrating on what I'm doing. So I'll read in just a second here. Just 1 second. As I make my captain bed. Kipperton. Oh, Capton, my Capton. Hey, I gotta cut the bottom piece here by these teeth. Bonk. Okay, let's see here. V6. Oh, and Blender's via UI? I've used 3ds Max. I have not. Blender feels more intuitive. KiCad is good. Blender's UI is good too. 3ds Max before. Blender feels intuitive. Blender's AI has gotten better, but still need Schwerk to catch up with industry leaders. Oh, UI, not AI. I was like, what? Might just be preference. Yeah, depending on how your brain works, that can influence how UI functions. And I think maybe the people who did Eagle didn't have brains or something, because that UI for Eagle is a monster. Or at least the workflow of importing your own 3D model for a part is possibly the worst thing I've ever seen. The intuitiveness just leaves. It's just not there. Come on, give me this whole thing. There you go. There we are. So this goes halfway on the Amogus. What did I just rake with my soldering iron? It felt like I hit something. I think it was the IDC cable. Oh God, and there's a little bit of IDC cable on the iron itself. Get that out of there. Yeah, it is center to center with a little Amogus. I'll add a little bit of solder to this. Yeah, everyone seems to be an expert in their own CAD. That's why it's frustrating. And I know Emily Villanesco, back when she was actually on Twitter, did a live stream and had all these comments where people were wondering why they didn't use Fusion, why she didn't use Fusion 360. And I'm like, I know that exact story from the other end. Everybody's always wondering why I don't use their CAD program. It's kind of wild how brazen they can be at it too, coming in and telling you that you're using the wrong CAD program. But there's not a whole lot of social skill in this hobby. not a lot of charisma to draw on. All right, these are a little weird to solder, but at least they're anchored down now, and we will deal with them in the position that they are. Is that crooked? I'm not going to think about whether or not that's... I really should bring in like a straight edge and make sure that it's perfect. That's the thing, and that's one of the things that engineers are supposed to be jacks of all trade, especially electrical engineers, because you will get to a new job and they will not be using the CAD program that you're used to. And you can't exactly just say, hey, maybe we should switch to CAD program I like. And they look at you like you have, you know, two heads, and they say, listen, we've been using this since 1976. We're going to be using this CAD program, not yours. Get over yourself. And you will be forced to use that CAD program. That's just how it works. And so, yeah, you need to be able to jump around. Jump up. Jump up. Get down. Word to your moms. I came to drop bombs. I must erase the Amogus. I do not want to see them anymore. They were too sus, and now they're gone. That one seems to be giving me the stink eye. There we go. Let me remove that solder. Where'd the braid go? CAD program isn't that hard part of the circuit. Oh, the circuit designing is the hard part. I actually think it's very calming to design a circuit, but you need to have a certain established baseline of knowledge about how to do that sort of thing. And if in industry, they're probably looking to push some envelopes. So that's when things get really weird. But like, you know, I've read the certifications, some of them. I probably would have to review it if I was going to build another power supply circuit, which is a project that I have. Building another power supply for my computer, I need to go over all of these certifications again and figure out what the standards are so that I don't violate any design principles that lead statistically to fires. Like, you know, having a certain distance between your traces of a particular voltage. What's going on here? Here we go. But I had to do that for the previous power supply that I designed, the one that used hardcore industrial power supply modules to make a ton of 12 volts and then have a motherboard car power adapter that took in 12 to 14 and turned it into all the varying voltages that motherboards need to function. So that mostly I was just piping 12 volts out to stuff. It worked really well for a long time. And then I kind of went to AMD stuff and I needed 750 watts of power to make that work. That wasn't happening. So I think I want to make the new power supply a kilowatt, but that's going to take a little bit of engineering. I've seen people literally copy PCBs from one tool to another because they don't want to use the tool. What? So like if your office uses Altium, but you're more used to like Fusion, you can just cut paste the design over. I guess there are also like user scripts that can do conversions between those programs. I think they're getting more and more built in. Why are these so hard to solder? These are like weird. I don't know. They don't like to flow over. I think maybe that one might be a ground or something. Man, but boy howdy, this is a powerful microcontroller. If you hook this thing up to like, I don't know, your fursuit with a bunch of LEDs in it, you can do some pretty impressive stuff with a 32-bit microcontroller. And you can throw code at it all day. And it's tiny, and it's got these wonderful little lugs that you can sew. You could sew this thing into something and make a smart hat. This is the RP2040, but it's on a Seed Studio Zio board. So it has fewer pins, but it is very capable and very cheap. It's like $6 or something for an extremely powerful. The RP2040 is quite a brutally powerful microcontroller, especially when you go dollars for donuts on it. Holy shit. All right, so that's the Zio. That thing's probably a super. Yeah, ARM Cortex M0 Plus, dual core, 133 megahertz. Hot damn. And it's got USB-C. Look at how hot that thing is after all that soldering. That's mostly due to the ground distribution on the board, but also because I soldered every single pin. Whew. Oh, these are all... Whoops, I need to remove a little solder. Look at this. Oh my God. That's why it felt like it wasn't soldering correctly. So I'm going to take a little bit of solder braid and clean up my mess. I only just started to learn STM32. I assume that those are pretty brutally powerful micros. But I haven't been able to like actualize code in my brain for one. I haven't been able to like think about it and be like, yeah, this would be a perfect thing to run on the STM32. And especially when I looked at the mutable instruments stuff, all that code was there, and there was code in there to test the actual board and make sure that everything is soldered correctly. And I couldn't, I don't know, maybe I just didn't have it in me at the time. I couldn't figure out how to make those run properly. I think a little bit skill issue, a little bit of me just, I don't know, trying to get stuff done and not really sitting down and learning it. Okay, that should be much cleaner now. I didn't know that I was dropping that much solder into everything. These should be popping out a little bit. Not as much. And there's no more Amoguses looking at us. Amogus. Okay, cool. So that's this in there. Now there's no code in there right now, but we do have code for it that we can just run in it, and I'll have to figure out how in the world I'm going to be programming this thing. Have to share this one immediately. Oh no, what are you doing? I'm going to cut and paste this, and I'm not... Block user. No, I want to copy. I have to use Control-C. Software support and Cube IDE are brilliant. I don't like the Cube IDE. I don't like it. I mean, it's nice that it's so capable. It's a Roomba. It's a Roomba moving a poor Shiba's food bowls. Those are sacred. You don't do that to a Shiba. It's like the cats riding Roombas. Okay, so we've got capacitors, we've got the Zio on here. Now, this board would look exactly the same if this was either one of the VCOs that I want to build. Yeah, we're going to make this plug into this with headers, and I'm going to put the circuits on here. Now, I don't have the MCP 6004s. They're probably upstairs. They probably came in the mail, so I will be able to put that together. If I have any time tonight, I'll probably upload video. But I could replicate this on another board. Problem is, the more times I build this, the more exacting I'm going to want to be, and the more critical of my own design I'm going to be. If I can run through this and build it very quickly, I think I'll be in a much better mood. I mean, obviously I want to like populate an entire circuit board and then have all the right connections and have it look super cool. But like, again, this isn't my design, this is somebody else's design, and they built it like this, I should build it like this too. Just because it's the experience of having built one of these things. This is from Hajiwo, who is a YouTuber who builds very, very cheap modular synthesizer modules. So while we're doing this in my kind of flavor, Hajiwo is producing these videos. So if you want to check it out, I would really appreciate you guys giving him views, especially because I am just blatantly copying one of his designs. So it's Hajiwo, Hagiwo. Do we have like a URL for Hajiwo? I don't think so. Yeah, at Hajiwo. Pretty prolific YouTuber who's making these really cool modular synthesizer modules. And I need VCOs, and the RP2040 is a nice little buzzword to put in there. I will have digital and analog VCOs in my setup. I was using Platformio, but Cube IDE is unreal once you get to grips with it. I used, maybe not Cube IDE. I don't think I used Cube IDE. I was using like just code that was somebody else's in Notepad++, and maybe that's why I was struggling with it a little bit. I was using the Cube whatever the hell stuff to just load code in, right? Just load it into the addresses. But yeah, compiling was interesting too. You set up an entire environment like that has all the stuff in it, and it's sort of like an unbesmirched Linux environment, I guess. Crazy. I don't think I was using it in the right capacity though. Maybe I would like STM32 more if I gave it an actual chance, but they have their own programmer that costs a lot of money, and I don't really like that. Nowadays, every single microcontroller speaks USB or like natively, so they just have that on there. I appreciate that a lot more, because it used to be, way back in the day, you'd have to buy a $300 programmer in order to play. And it's ridiculous. Like, that's not how you do it. You do the Adobe Acrobat model, and you let everybody who's anybody just fucking steal your shit, and then it becomes a standard, and then the companies will pay for it. Cube IDE, STM32 Cube IDE, your best friend. We had a lot of struggles with it, but we managed to get it to work. It's still something that I don't love. The ones that I love are the ones where I can just plug USB into the damn thing and look. Following the two data lines. Here, I gotta point them to the people that don't know. This is what microcontrollers should be. USB data lines, D plus and minus. Where are we going? USB data lines, where could they possibly go first? Who knows? Two resistors straight into the fucking chip. This is the way. This is what we do. This is the best. It just goes and then puts it right in there. So yeah, anyway, because yeah, the FTDI chips basically did this to us. This is why this exists, is because FTDI wanted like $14 a chip for their serial converter that took USB in and it made TX and RX on the other end. Well, why would we do that when we can buy a microcontroller in order to make it do all of the functions of the FTDI? So here we anyway, in this dusty piece of shit board, here we have the USB data lines coming in and going to an Atmel microcontroller, and then inexplicably programming an Atmega 32, like a much older chip. Yeah, there's a little bit of dust in the shop. But here we have USB coming into a not FTDI chip that we can just program any way you want. And then manufacturers went, wait, what? What are you doing? Why don't we just put that as part of the core functionality of our microcontroller? And so here we have the RP2040, which has a direct USB line. So yeah. Anyway, I think that's it for me. Anything that we would do from here out is kind of too long-winded. And so I think, we already lost daylight. I keep losing daylight. Hopefully we'll get it back so I can actually take my dog for a walk, you know, and know that I'm touching grass and not like AstroTurf. Maybe I was touching AstroTurf. Maybe that's why I feel weird. No, anyway. Yeah, I show the crustiest PCB on Earth. I feel bad for the person that commented on YouTube because I didn't have the right stuff up. But yeah. Anyway. Tomorrow, we're going to be working on these things more. I'm going to be doing more soldering, and I'll have all the parts. I'll actually have the MCP 6004, the through-hole version, so we could build everything nice and big. We're still going to be using surface mount parts, but we'll get all of those things together, and then we'll be able to load code onto one of the VCOs. If I'm feeling particularly frisky, I guess I could start building the second one too. But I don't know how far I'll get into that. Yeah. I'm hoping by the end of the week I actually have 2 more VCOs, because that's something I'm lacking on the synthesizer. And then I got to think about filters. I kind of want to do the guitar pickup filter, where it literally shakes a spring on one side and then picks up on the spring on the other side. It's just it's like 2 or 3 springs and contacts in between them. I think that would be kind of a cool thing to do. Thank you, Bengissimo. Bengizmo. I put the extra I in there because it's fun to say, I guess. It's like half of the time I get stuff wrong, I'm just entertaining myself. But yeah, thank you, Bengizmo. I tried to do it again there too. The neurons have become too solidified on the wrong thing, and there's only so much that I can do in order to. Oh, the end card. I forgot the end card. End card. Oh, Pyro got it. Pyro got it. There it is. Social media. I'm not on a lot of it. That's probably to my own detriment. Some people have filtered in from YouTube, though. So what I'm doing is apparently working. I'm going to get back to uploading, and I will see you guys tomorrow. Have fun. Or don't. You know, I don't have any effect over that. You do what you want. I don't influencer my ass. I can't even influence my own.